Hello everybody, welcome back to Walpoville. Gonna zoom in a little bit here. We're gonna have a go at this once again. We have a little different plinth on the plinth right here than we did the first time around. We're gonna paint that up the kind of like what we've been doing with our other Cyberthurians here. We're gonna get the blue glowy stuff on there. Still gonna do some water effects up there like we did on the first one. Got some references down in the corner there. We got the shiny stuff going on here. The translucent cloth going on everywhere else. So that is what we're going to get a move on here with tonight. Got our sword right here, Landrest. How you doing? So Landrest, are you at the GK tonight? Or is that going to be for tomorrow? No, I want. You know what? I might still. No, I'm not even. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do a little bit of our dry brushy stuff in here. Why not? Hey there, Camda. How you doing? Sorry that it's a little bit later. I was going to start about 11:30 or something like that, but the computer said, nah, you ain't doing that. Yep, it decided to throw up just about every roadblock it could. Because, yeah, otherwise it would have been almost 20 minutes into this already. Yeah, oh, do I have it here? I thought I had our big old CAD out here. I don't think so. No, he's in the other room, I think. But I think I sent you the picture of CAD, right? Yeah, I did. Yep, sent you a picture of CAD. That wasn't too bad. There is something still weird going on. I don't know if it's that filament there. When this stuff finally runs out, I'll try to kind of go back to the classic Elegoo stuff, or no, I think yeah, it was the Elegoo stuff that I had. Hey Mutu, how you doing? Great to see you there, Mutu. I hope that all is going well for you. Well, it's still technically a happy Friday here, right? Yeah, it's still technically a happy Friday. So Mutu, if you got anything you want to share in the chat there, Mutu, go ahead. Nice to see you there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, sorry, Armored Wolf. The stupid computer. I was just about to start, and then Streamlabs crashes, and then it started doing other weird stuff. And then of course, because I restarted the machine, that meant that all of my stuff was gone. Right? The microphones are gone. Everything goes away. Because, Streamlabs. You know how that is, right, Camda? So, heck, this one is printed out in resin. Do I have any of the... Well, let's see. Do I have... Oh, I actually have some that were printed out in FDM. Yeah, here we go. So this one's printed out in FDM. That's the Danyu. We're trying to get that one ready. We also have this version here that we printed out in FDM. So great to see you there, X-Paint. Let's see. Mutu, it's kind of funny. That's I still keep forgetting to get those. That's that set, right, from Williamsburg. Yeah, I keep forgetting to get that set. Now, I don't know if you've had a chance to try those yet, Mutu. But yeah, I have not been able to get those yet. Hopefully, maybe after the stream tonight, I can try to remember to get those. I've been a little bit busy doing other stuff, so unfortunately, no time to do with that. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm actually kind of glad I'm doing the little dry brushy stuff here. That's working out okay. Oh, let me see. And of course, Armored Wolf, definitely share all the dice bag stuff in the chat. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to work up the. I didn't get the greatest results there. I was trying to get those concepts for basically the codex cover, leather worked codex cover. I wasn't actually. I kind of, if you could shoot me a picture of one of your journal covers, that would help. Because the parameters of it, okay, Does it have a, the binding part of it? Is it just the cover? How does it actually work? So hex paint, you definitely don't want any thinner on there because your dry brush will be very much a damp brush. So yeah, no thinner whatsoever when you're doing the dry brushy stuff because yeah, otherwise not gonna get too much of a dry brush out of it there. Mutu, yeah, I'm actually trying a new resin right now. I'm not so sure it's gonna be working out though. Something tells me there might be. I might have to check on that a little bit later on. When we're at that 2 hour mark or whatever, might have to go down there and take a little look-see at that. So great to see it. And of course, Mutu, if you want to share something in the chat. Hex Paint, same thing. Well, Landra, you might want to wait a little. Well, there's about 9 folks in here, something like that. If you want to share some links, please go ahead there. Cam, Landras, whoever wants to share stuff. Just trying to get me a little something. There. Oh, this is printed out in FDM, by the way. There, Hex. Yeah, this is printed out. All of the bottoms of these things printed out. All right, let me get rid of this. So the red clear, I have to say, I'm kind of liking that red clear because, well, oh, and look at this. So yeah, Mutu and Hex. This is for Monday, so this is for the stream anniversary. This is Cyber Wapelius right here, and this is CAD. And I printed out in FDM a giant version of him, like 10 inches long or something like that. So yeah, this is that red clear. I was gonna try and get the blue. Yeah, the blue I guess is like 37 bucks. The red is 34 or something like that. Now it's the 2 liter or whatever, I guess, container. Okay, so we've got that now. Let's start maybe doing some of more of our glazy type stuff here. That's the Elegoo water washable ABS lake. Gonna take some of this. We're gonna take some of this. Let's start doing some skinny tone stuff here. That's more like it. And remember, glazes with the oils that they can be opaque. They also don't have to be a pin line wash. As you can see, that's not a pin line wash. That is definitely not a pin line wash, no doubt about it. Right now, a couple of very ancient Anycubic Mono X's. Yes, Abraham Lincoln and Stephen Douglas called and they said it's time to get new printers. So here you can see I can actually mix this. See how that's actually blending together with the lighter dry brushy stuff that I did. Letting that do the mixy thing. We got this arm over here. Got to have actual skinny tones on it. Not so much over there. That's a cyber element over there, so I don't have to worry about that. And again, now this was a little bit different here. These were those new. This was all regular oil paints except for the white, and that was pretty wild because that was a very different color palette. I don't know if people have seen this video yet. That actually was the reintroduction of cerulean blue. And of course, well, we are gonna have to paint maybe next week, I think. Might paint Bridget again because now we have the cyber version, but we don't have the regular version. So I might be painting that next week. It kind of depends. I've got actually another version, another try at Cyber Galahad. Also trying to print out Lancelot there. Prussian blue. Come on. More of the Prussians. Also some of the, well, basically indigo there. So Hex, this is, I don't know if you've seen the Instagram post. I've been working on all the Cyberthuria universe for, well, geez, about almost, not 2 months, but it's actually now starting to get to be close to 2 months. I think it's been about 7 weeks. We painted Mordred, of course. On I think this was one of last week's streams. Right there is Cyber Mordred, and of course we've done all of the almost all the figures so far. We haven't done Galahad yet. Oh, and Arthur and Lancelot. So that's what's going to be hopefully coming up is Arthur, Lancelot, and of course we are going to be painting actually two versions of Guinevere. So there's Morgan Le Fay again. A little bit of free handy stuff on that. We've been doing flats. We've been doing busts. Again, here is just a couple of them here. Just a few. Also, still working on the figure of Merlin as well. And yes, there is a game. I've already got hex paint. You'll love this hex paint. It is a tile. One of the way the board works is that it's tiles that you print out, and they're in hexes. So hex paint, those were mostly done in Alkids because, well, Adepticon was looming and they all had to be dry. So those are all done in Alkids. There was basically no regular oils on those. Again, because, well, stuff had to be dry real quick like. And by real quick, I mean like instantly. It's going to be changing a little bit hex paint. Now that we don't have to worry about Adepticon and maybe not any other conventions this year, anything like that, I can start to switch over more to the regular oils. Let me get some of this Prussian blue in here. Again, for the water and such. So hex paint, that's the natural look of the Paul Rubens. The Paul Rubens elk. It's right, Camda. All, what would you say? All matte all the time. Yes, indeed. All matte all the time with the Paul Rubens Alkids there. Snow. So again, Mutu. Those are the, what, 20 mil tubes or something like that, right? The Williamsburg ones. Those are, I think those are the, like, 18 or 21 mil or something like that for their size. So 20 mil, again, and those are the Williamsburg ones. Now, of course, Paul Rubens has their line of, they call them opera colors, but these are Alkyd fluorescents. And I still got to get that stupid Alkyd resin, Camda. I still got to get that resin. And again, that's the Alkyd resin. That's not Alkyd medium. That's a whole different thing. That is nothing at all like Alkyd resin. Very, very, they couldn't be more different substances. Kind of mixing some of the coal black with the umber over here. Just shooting that down into here. Again, nothing snazzy, nothing fancy. Just doing the thing. There you go. Now up here we have to start thinking about some of this. So again, back to the ombres here. Let's try this in our shadows because, well, hair. See that? See how that's mixing? Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? So Hex, I haven't used Phthalo Blue in a long time. Prussian Blue tends to be, well, cheaper. I use Phthalo Green all the time. Phthalo Blue, not so much. I have Phthalo Blue. I just, most of the time, just using Prussian Blue. I think the Prussian Blue also tends to have even more staining to it. So, Horns fan, I hope that you do it well. Great to see you again. Now, let's let me do this. Some of this. Because we need that for in here. Also in there. So yeah, we don't want. Well, do I have it here? Yes, I do. I mean, this is what the alkyd medium does well. It creates blood effects. Super shiny, very translucent, and alters completely the consistency of the paint. That is not what we're looking for. And of course, Horns fan, if you wanted to share something in the chat, you know the deal. You can always share stuffs in the chat. All right, so now we got some of our yellowish stuff happening there. Now here we need a little bit of skin tone, a little pass of that. No. Do this. So a little pass of the skin tone there. Then we'll get down to some of the more grayish stuff here. One sec, almost there. And again, because we put that lighter dry brushy stuff on there, we're getting a nice little chance to do some mixing. So that's the alkyd resin. That is the Williamsburg alkyd resin. And again, I have it. Dick Blick has it. Well, of course, now their fabulous paint sale might be over with. That's unfortunately, if the paint sale is over with, I won't be getting the fluoros because I have tons of fluorescent paint. Literally, I have the stuff that I made. I got the stuff from Paul Rubens. I still got a bunch of the Marion Street, so I don't really need a bunch of that. There's other stuff I do need, so guess what? Money's going to go to where I need it to go instead of, kind of repurchasing stuff that, well, I already have. So Hex Paint, I did a whole tutorial series on freehanding with the oils right here. That's on the Patreon page. It was a 3-episode arc, and remember again, this figure is one of the first figures that's going to be available to the folks on the Patreon page. So the first figures will be that one. Also, this bust here because of the split. Now, it wasn't on this bust, but actually, we used this in a different video here. So this bust, that figure that you saw, and there's one other. We're going to be, those will be the first ones unleashed to the people on the Patreon page. You'll be getting a Google Drive link. So yeah, Hex, it was one of the very latest episodes. Actually, this was the latest, I think. Was this the very latest one? I have not had a chance to film all of the Blender tutorials. So yes, I'm filming Blender tutorials now. Hey there, Valfera. Now, Valfera, I mean, was it just kind of the, what would you say, the same kind of stuff that's been going on for a while, or was there anything new and exotic at play, or was it just kind of the same stuff like usual? I mean, either way, it's a no fun thing, right? I'm gonna just take some of this, and that is going to go here. There we go. There we are. Yes, indeed. Let that do some mixing there. Okay, so well, that's okay, Mutu. I mean, as long as they would ship it, right? Yeah, it's not like I need it straight away. Of course, I could get it somewhere else. So it's a combination of several things. It's essentially Mars Yellow Deep mixed with a burnt umber, and also it's mixing with all the stuff that's already on here. And whatever's junk is on the brush. There's that too. Yeah. Now you can see that the skin tone, right, is not so shiny anymore. Not quite so shiny. Now Valkyria again. Oops, that is. You know what? I'll still just go. Where did you go? There you are. I'm still gonna go this route. We're still gonna throw out the manganese blue. Also gonna have to get the thinner on there. Okay, just put you in here. So yeah, Valkyria, sorry that that's just been so. That has been so absolutely bonkers for days and days, right, Valkyria? So I'm just gonna throw this on here. That's all I'm looking to do. Just throw this on here. Nothing special, because I want that to have a chance to set over the course of time. We're probably gonna be sticking my finger into it a bunch as well. And then remember this manganese blue stuff. It's kind of, in some ways, it's a little bit like the Indian yellow of blues, as we like to call it. I'm actually going to do a little bit of dry brush here, that stuff over there too. Also some onyx caliber. Alright. Is nice. I'm going to try and do some of that on here now. Just to, again, I want that to have a chance to set. So we're just going to do that now. Again, I'm probably going to be wiping a lot of it away with my hands, but hey, whatever. Don't care. Yeah, Hornsfan, all kinds of fun stuff. And Hornsfan, get this. So the dogs, they're 4-0, sitting on top of the. I don't know. I haven't even had a chance to look at anything yet, but as always, Hornsfan, what happens to the doggies once they start winning? That's when all the injuries happen. Yes, indeed. So yeah, Hornsfan, think about. Let's see. In 1 week, you lose your starting center. You lose your best cover defensive back, your best covers cornerback, and then you also lose. I would say you lose your tight end, and then you also lose at least maybe your right offensive tackle, if not your left tackle there. So yeah, of course, everything was looking too good there, Hornsfan. Everything was looking too good, so that had to all be taken away, because that's how it rolls, right, Hornsfan? That's life in the APCC, wouldn't you say? Now I'm going to start doing a little bit of stuffs up here on the face, just to kind of get the ball rolling up here. Let's do this. Start getting some lighter things up here on the skin tone. Then we'll have to let that set too, because, reasons. Again, minimal amounts of thinner here. We have plenty of thinner on there already. We don't need a whole bunch more. I guess now, Hornsfan, is there anything you're looking forward to in the draft? Because that's coming up. Is that this coming weekend, Hornsfan, or next weekend? Now, on the plus side, well, actually, I guess for both Dallas and the Bears, it's very heavy in defensive personnel. You're looking for a quarterback, and your name is not the Los Angeles Raiders or whatever, or Las Vegas Raiders or whatever the heck they're called now, well, then you're kind of out of luck. Although Ty Simpson, he might fall to the Steelers there, Hornsfan. So Hornsfan, what is that thing that they call the NBA Cup or something like that? Is that like a mid-season weird thing or something? I don't know what that is. Last time I think I saw an NBA game was maybe 2019. I think so. What's interesting, Horns fan, is that because of NIL and all that kind of other stuff and the portal, players are staying in college much longer. So there's still one and dones, Horns fan, but there's way less one and dones. And what's happening is because they're not one and done, they're a bit more NBA ready, Horns fan. So yeah, they're a little bit more NBA ready because well they've played at least 2-3 years in college and they've been playing against people 2-3 years older than them. Ooh, look at that! Look at how much later that is. I think no, I'm already zoomed in. Never mind. I was gonna say I can zoom in a little bit more. Nope, can't do that. We are already zoomed in. Yeah, Horns fan again. The NBA stuff, well, that's kind of fallen by the wayside here. Obviously, the APCC is taken over, right, Horns fan? That's all the fans are talking about is the APCC. It's the toast of the town. Well, Horns fan, if you can play at Vandy, right? Actually, so Valfera is Pavier fixing to spend his 20th season in at Vanderbilt? Secretly, Pavia is actually older than Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he's actually in his 40s. He'll be the first for the first 50-year-old senior to be playing in a bowl game. That would be very entertaining, wouldn't it, Valfera? No, no, no. Let's back this off just a little bit here. There we are. And Horns fan, we got a little something special for the streamiversary on Monday. We have Cyber Wapelius and his little buddy Cad. Well, Cyber Cad. Yeah, we got Cyber Cad, which is kind of funny because Cyber Cad has a very different connotation to it, doesn't Landrast? And I never actually technically used a CAD software program. Lightwave 3D, yes, but that's not really a CAD. That's not CAD at all. Never ever used a straight up CAD program. What is are people still using, what's that? Oh, Tinkercad. Are people still messing around with that one? So again, you can see how we're blocking in some lighter areas of her face there. Try and get me a little bit more of the light skinny tones there, but not too light. Not too light. Let me see. Well, let me see. Actually, all in favor of the Bulls being demoted. Actually, they could demote him to high school. That would be fine with me. Wouldn't miss him at all. Gimmy's there we go. A little bit more of the skin tone up in there. Alright, then we gotta stop fooling around with that. That's it. No more with that. I might try to get some lighter stuff here for our lilies. Maybe even a little bit of yellow in there too. Ooh, yeah, there we are. And of course, these are the fabulous One Happy Wampleville brushes right here. That's still a little bit of dry brush, even though there's a bunch of paint on there. That is still very much a dry brush. Very much a dry brush right there. See that really stands out nicely. Now all of a sudden from that, and we'll wait on that. I was just about to add some. No, well let's do these back here first. Let's hit these. Nothing over there. Okay, I thought for some reason there was some on the side. I'm thinking of the figure version. That's right. Now, of course, Horns fan, how did your brackets do? The brackets might be a little bit tougher to bust. If you got a lot of genuine fourth year senior or fifth year seniors and stuff on teams, along with those younger, potential what used to be one and done players, the Cinderellas will have a little bit tougher time because your blue chip programs are going to have that kind of combination of people that have been around a while instead of just again the one hit wonders. I'm gonna give me a little bit under there. So some here, some there. You see that darker stuff on there? You can see it's mixing with that glazy stuff that we put on here not all that long ago. Almost gives it again a little bit of a grayish tone, even though we got the yellow going in there. Now, I think our metals have sufficiently chilled out a bit to start doing, well, something maybe like this here. Let me see what this looks like. Let's start getting some lighter stuffs on the metals here. A little bit of, that's going to be more blue. A little bit more blue on the reflected side there, I think. Now, let's jump this up. Let's jump this up a little bit. We're not doing hashtag no layers. We're going to go strong to the hoop here. None of that weak stuff in the lane. Don't want to see that. We play 1980s and 1990s style basketball here. You go something weak to the hoop, you're going to be posterized. You're just going to be a logo there on the lane. It's what we call a strong foul. Here, let's do this right here. There you go. Again, no, not futzing around there. We're going in strong. Get ourselves even more light up in here. Up in there. I mean, we have plenty of wet paint for that stuff to mix in. Why would I just do a little, like, gentle, whatever, nudge? No gentle nudges we're going. Again, we're just going to go forceful here. Big time. Draw the foul, get the free throws, get the hoop. Let me do this. And of course, all sports analogies brought to you by the Wampleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. If it happens on the gridiron, the field, the court, or the ice, whatever, you're going to hear about it here first. Unless we have no interest in it, in which case you won't hear about it here first. So yeah, Horns fan, they kind of started out with a sweep of the Jays. That had Blades not terribly happy. And I told Blades that it was all part of a clever ruse. It was all part of a ruse. That is another team that hopefully will just kind of get sold or just disbanded. Actually, they could pretty much do that with just about all the Chicago teams. Nobody would notice. Let me choose some more. And there we go. We're going to take some of this, a little bit of the lighter cloth here, leaving the... well, of course, Valfair. This one always makes for a really good film noir, doesn't it? Let's see. Jerry's Arthurian also has the resin. So are you looking at the Williamsburg stuff there, Mutu? Because yes, we're talking about the Williamsburg Alkyd resin, and definitely wasn't slow drying. I'm still convinced though, Camden, that marble dust. Yeah, adding marble dust. I think we had that conversation a couple of times, haven't we? Oh, look at that. Look at the difference that makes there. Mutu, there's been a couple of times I've made a cart of stuff for Jerry's Artorama. I've never actually gotten stuff there. And the thing is, Dick Blick, actually, the Galesburg, obviously Galesburg, Illinois, is your kind of your headquarters there. So it tends to be not long as far as the shipping. Oh, this is another thing too. That's the other thing that kind of screws up. Let's bump that down, and also it messes with the focus. There. So Mutu, you can paste it for other folks there if you want to shoot me the link in an Insta message or something there, Mutu. That would be super helpful. Because I can't click on links here myself, but you shoot me that in an Insta message, that would be nifty. Actually, I'm going to grab me a little bit of that blue there. It's not terribly difficult to establish the translucent cloth effect. People make it, I mean, it's pretty funny. They make it out to be this hardest thing ever. It's one of the easiest things ever. There's genuinely things that are way harder than translucent cloth. Translucent cloth, not terribly difficult. If you can see what's under there, paint it that color. If you can't, don't paint it that color. And that's in the dark area. Everything else is just light. Like this. Simple, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. What are we looking at time-wise here? Has this been an hour yet? No, it's been 38 minutes, Horns fan. Yep. You know what? Let's elevate the speed. We're going too slow. It's taken 38 minutes to get this far. That is far too slow. Let us pick up the pace here. Let's pick up the pace, not fool around with the little stuff. Let's go, well, like we said, strong to the hoop, right, Horns fan? None of this little, no jumpers from the elbow for us. We're clearing out the lane with bad intent. There you go. Yeah, we're going to need ourselves, I don't know, we have to turn that into a book of Wapolism there. If you can see what's underneath it, it's translucent cloth. There you go. It's like rocket surgery. It's just like rocket surgery. So I'm seeing a link for Quinacridone Magenta for Jerry's Artorama. Actually, Quinacridone Magenta is on the palette. It hasn't been in a while. It is. That's very appropriate there, Mutu. All kidding aside, yeah, it is on the palette. It's been a little while, mostly just because I keep forgetting to chuck it out there. Now here, can't quite do it. See all that glossy stuff there? That's a no bueno right there. Can't do that. But we can go over here and do this because we don't see any shiny stuffs. There you go. It's like if you can see it, hit it, right, Horns fan? Hitting in baseball is very simple. See the ball, hit the ball. And of course, Horns fan, you got to hit the ball square with a round ball with a round bat, and you got to hit it square. That's a simple procedure, right? There you go. 1 second there, Mutu. For some reason, I don't know why it does that, but it's been doing that lately. It's some kind of stupid beta thing or something. Here's hoping it becomes an Omega, never to be seen again, or whatever you would call it. Got to get some greens over there, too. We're going to hit this a little bit with some... going to refresh. We're picking up a little bit too much of what's underneath there. Some of this. Remember, in the water effects there, we're going to use the 405 lights and the fast curing resin. I got me this yellow here. I'm just going to do a little teensy bit of dry brushy stuff there with it. A little something there. And then maybe even a little... Yeah, that's a super duper light brush stroke there. And I mean, that's a super light brush stroke. That's up in the air there, Horns fan. That's kind of one of those no idea right now. Could be, maybe not. Maybe could be, maybe not be. Now, we have a rock solid plan, don't we, Horns fan? It's kind of like the White Sox plan for every season there, Horns fan. It's just totally locked in. Now, let's, I think already, Valfera, we should be able, we don't quite have the blue in there. We're going to get a little bit more. But yeah, see, we got kind of the triple play, the yellow, a little bit of red, and then the blue. So this is usually our best angle with this one, Valfera. Yep, there you go. It's not quite Wraith Nimue yet, Valfera. Bring it back. There you go. You can see all the three colors. So Horns fan, I would say it's definitely a possible maybe. It's almost guaranteed, Horns fan. I mean, that's practically a solid guarantee, wouldn't you say? I mean, you could bank your future on that. A definite possible maybe. Yeah, I don't know how much more you can lock it in than that. Let me see if I can't get some more of this in here. Come on, this way too. All right, there you go. Now, Faces had a chance to set a wee bit. I shall remember that quinacridone magenta we was talking about not too long ago. We're gonna deploy that now. So Arta Michael, why don't you post some linkies there in the chat? Why don't you put? Oh, there you go. Look at that. Right on the cheekies there. Very cheeky. I mean, you could practically bet your whole life savings on that Super Bowl, wouldn't you say there, Horns fan? I mean, that's a virtual guarantee. There we go. Again, starting to utilize Libidus here. Magenta. Now, I didn't have that. Was something I really wanted for this thing. But again, we were only using those 8 colors. I don't think we did too bad. And this one, oh, one of the colors was that cobalt deep, cobalt violet deep. That was pretty wild using that cobalt violet deep. Everybody, check out the Instagram link that Artem Michael just shared. All right, now we got our violet here. We'll take, come on, that and the magenta. Shall mix those together. There we are. Now we're gonna do a whole bunch on this here, because if I gotta be sticking my hand on this, we don't want to be having a whole lot of painted stuff out here, right? So let's lock in the face, get that pretty much done first. Denton, Texas, Horns fan, I believe. Actually, I would remember they were driving us from the hotel, Horns fan, to the Reaper facility, and you would go by that university in North Texas. You would drive by the stadium there. Ooh, I'm gonna do it on this side. Gonna get me some magenta onyx. There you go. I'm gonna do that because I want to. Now we'll get our. I'm gonna maybe take some of that manganese blue, some of this. Here's hoping that you can do the ReaperCon thing there, Erda Michael. I'm rooting for you there. I need to get a little, some kinds of blue in here, not just only the darker stuff. I also want to get me some of the, there we go. That is what we was missing there, Valfera. Our little film noir there, when I went to do, I'm like, there's some blue missing in there. There's supposed to be some of that here. Now we got it. Another blendy brush here. So yeah, that made the only other convention that I would do would be, of course, Gen Con. That's it. That's the only other one I can possibly think of. I know that I know Tony wants me to do the Dragonfall thing, but that is just not at an opportune time. Ooh, blue over here too. Gee whiz, gee willikers. We done forgot this over here with our blue. Now, oh yeah, look, see the difference that makes? Look at that, Look at that difference. And again, we'll be doing some water effects out here. That's one of the reasons I'm using the alkyds on this. Is just because I want this to dry as fast as possible. I can hit it with the water effects. Because I need to start doing some videos, some promo videos on all the Cyberthuria stuff. Remember, there is a game being developed for this. Well, technically more than one. Oh, there's also a chess set that I'm working on, Horns fan. I'm basically I'm trying to get the Arthur figure locked in. Well, actually, there's 2 different Arthur figures I'm working on. Actually, I have a second Guinevere figure, because obviously characters like, well, Gwenny and Lancelot, they sort of change over the course of the story, so I wanted to have different versions of them. Same thing with Arthur. Obviously, we're going to do the same thing for Merlin. I actually have 2 different versions of the Green Knight. we might paint the. I think I'll just maybe paint the Guinevere. Maybe they'll paint the alternate Guinevere on the stream tomorrow. Yeah, I think we'll do that. And of course, we're hoping for Armada Monday, not this week, but next week. So not this week, but the week after that would be the first of the starships. So yeah, hopefully that is going to work out for, again, not this Monday, that's going to be our stream anniversary, but the following Monday would be, let me get a little bit more of the blue in there. So Horns fan, if you check out the Instagram, that's really going to show you a lot. And of course, Horns fan, just shoot me a message. I can also send you a bunch of the pictures and such. So Horns fan, the legend states, well, let's get some of our blue over here too, that the once and future king shall return in the hour of greatest need. It didn't say when, it didn't say how, it didn't say in what form. And of course, a dude riding a horse wouldn't really do a whole lot of good today, as in at all. But in the cyber sphere, where there's nation states and all kinds of folks getting right ornery with each other, that might be a place where, well, maybe that's useful. And there is actually a battle going on in cyberspace that humanity is not aware of. Mordred tries to fracture the Grail Code, sowing discord, disunion. He can't destroy the truth, he can't alter the truth, but he can multiply the truth. Everybody thinks that they are right. Let me get some more of my yellow in here. The Green Knight, well, again, anybody that's familiar with Babylon 5, the Green Knight is not really a playable character. He's sort of an NPC, and his function is to judge the actual player characters, see if they're actually worthy enough to seek to restore the Grail Code. Yep, Horns fan. There's the Lancelot one right there, and here's the Morgan Le Fay. We already did a Nimue one, and then there's Merlin right there. Where are we at with this? Get a little bit of the yellow in there. Might need a little touch of thinner on this here. Let me see what happens. Yep, there you go. We have contact. We have liftoff. Gonna get me some of that in here. Oh no, that would have been a little bit too much. Gonna back off just a smidge here. There we go. So again, we're gonna kind of go a little bit stronger with the yellow right here because, well, we can see the hair. We can see the hair right in that. So we're gonna get also in a little bit in here. This is all very much a dry, brushy kind of motif right here. And of course, Horns fan, I've got a video with all of the Lord of the Rings gummies. Actually, Horns fan, I've been reworking those. I kind of resized all of them so that the Hobbit ones, basically the Hobbit ones now are smaller. Gimli is shorter, so some of them, again, the sizes were a little bit random there because, well, I was kind of making them a few at a time. Now, we've kind of reworked all of the Lord of the Rings gummies now. And I've got a big portion of them printed out. I came to Adepticon with 28 painted ones. I came back with 2. So those need to be replaced anyways. And of course, October is always that's kind of the time we're targeting for KathyCon. So I want to have all of those ready to go for October. I'll probably try and paint some, before then. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, why don't you share some of the oil painted stuff in the chat? Everybody, please, again, give Inganes a follow, because Inganes also paints with the oils on the streams there. So Horns fan, I'm also again now Horns fan. You don't have a printer, do you? Because I've been trying to get those files in the hands of again, Kathy's friends, all of our friends, so that they can print those out and we can all be painting those again in October. That'd be kind of late October. That sort of third and final week of October. There, third, fourth, final weeks of October. Kind of shooting for that. This year got to be even lighter, I think. Some of that here. Yeah, and then we'll have to get some of our green. Let's take this phthalo green, mixing it with a little bit of the yellow there. Just trying to get a little something on there, and then over here as well. So yeah, Horns fan. Basically, what I do is I just chuck people, say like a Google Drive link or whatever. But now that my next thing I want to do is have supported ones, and that's something that I've done now. Is I've printed almost basically you could say the second round of test prints on those. These are also in test print mode. That's why I haven't been putting these out, say, on the Patreon page and stuff, because they're still in test mode right now. But again, once they are no longer in test mode, that's when I'll try to make them available for folks. Ultimately, maybe some of them will end up on another service or something like that. Primary will be again via the Patreon page. Might even do some kind of Shopify thing or something. I wonder. I'm gonna hit this part super hard here, and then this down here. Now that glazy stuff's had a chance to set, we're gonna grab again another one of these. Micro blending brush, that's what these are super good for here. So Horns fan, I can send you some pictures of the concept art for that. The way, at least the way I'm hoping it would work, is that folks could basically in FDM print out essentially a giant square or rectangle, whatever, right? A giant sort of flattened cube for the board. And then all of the detail parts you would print out separately on a resin printer, almost like a skin. And this way there could be different skins, different themes. There could kind of be like a Mordred heavy theme. That sort of thing. There could be more of a straight up Avalon type of theme. Or a cyber. Well, speaking of which, this could be one of the themes right here. We painted this last night. So there is your digital Excalibur right there. Ah, geez, I forgot all about that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow, because again, Inganes also does the oil painting on the streams. So does Camda. Very important to see other folks doing the oil paints on the streams. I'm going to take this again. Here, we're going to take this guy. No, that's already got some stuffs on it. This one shouldn't. So you see we got the big old blobby thing there a little bit tap, tap, tap. Oh, look, not a blobby thing anymore. No more blobbies. Gonna get me a little more thinner in this. See how that sticks right there? That's a difference in consistency. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. See, even that. And this is still not our lightest light. We'd still go a smidge lighter than that even. What do we got under there? Yeah. We'll do that. Bingo. Let that do some blending there. So yep, Horns fan. Actually, what I tried to do is to have essentially a digital round table in the center that just was kind of almost like hidden in within the center. I think it was the center 8 squares, or was it the center 9? The center 9 squares, I think. It was a little bit too confusing, so I kind of eliminated that. That was a little bit of a bummer because I was liking the idea of that. It just as far as printing goes, and for actually playing chess on there would have been too confusing. So that was one of the options that had to kind of go by the wayside. I'm gonna wait a little bit. I was gonna go later on the face there for a sec, but no, we're gonna wait on that. We shall wait. Don't be a hasty hobbit, right, Camda? No hasty hobbits is. And again, I apologize that there's going to be a repaint on a couple of things. Again, the Cyber Guinevere figure has to be repainted. We also have to repaint the bas relief of Nimue here. Again, folks were kind enough to purchase those at Adepticon, but it also does mean I have to replace those. Because I need them again for the overall Cyberthuria kind of this story video. Been working on that for weeks and weeks now. I'm going to get some turquoise going here. Let's take some of this salmon green, maybe some of the manganese blue. It's almost like it's some kind of a cobalt violet there, or no, a cobalt. What's that? It's not cobalt turquoise. It's cobalt. Boy, it's been a while since we've used it. It has been a while since we've used it. It's cobalt teal bluish. That's it. Cobalt teal bluish. You'd almost think it was that. And again, that's going to come back out on the palette. I kind of need to stick with the alkyds on a few of these things yet. Again, because for photography reasons, I need stuff to be dry pretty quick. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. Geez, Grand Oracle, I have to send you pictures of how CAD printed out. Really, really gigantic. I think it worked out pretty well, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Thank you very much, Grand Oracle. So this is a little bit different than what I did on the previous version. Well, that's not quite where that goes. Not quite where that, there we are. I got some other stuff to share with you too there, Grand Oracle. So like I was showing it the other day, again, that was that they're combined together, Grand Oracle. Yeah, they're combined to all together, and that worked out pretty well. They're let's see, I think they're just about all dry. Let me do a little. Yeah, that's well, no, there's a little bit of some parts of it that aren't quite dry, and I was touching that pretty hard there. So obviously, when you mix them together, that is definitely going to accelerate the drying time. Uh, Definitely nowhere near like pure alkyds for sure. They're Grand Oracle, but of course, like we were saying in the last stream, Grand Oracle, we gotta see what happens with Egyptian Violet and Indian Yellow. Those two are the what would just those are the linchpins there, right, Grand Oracle? We gotta see what happens with those. Now I'm going to actually get me some straight up Prussian blue. So again, I'm doing a little something different here with this than we did the last time. Get some of our blue down in here. Again, this is just some of the Prussian blue. Just trying to break some of that. And then again, we're going to be hitting this with the water effects too. I don't think I'm going to do the water flowing over the edge on this one. Maybe I will. It kind of depends. And see, we're just kind of trying to create a little bit of some kind of wavy patterns here. Again, I still haven't had a chance to film all of the that Blender tutorial yet. It's kind of wild there, Grant Oracle. I sort of do a quick little micro tutorial for myself, and then I film some more stuff. That's been one of the more unique ways. I'll tell you right now, Grand Oracle. It's been one of the more unique ways to film a tutorial vid. It's almost like, okay, I'm watching a tutorial vid, then I watch it for a little bit, and then I go film my own tutorial based on what I'm going to do with my own stuff, based on the other tutorial video. So I'm trying to get me a little bit of the seafoam green in there, just a little bit. And now as we so you can really start to see some little wavy action going on there now. Look at that. Not too much. We don't want to overpower stuff here. I want to change you up a little bit here. A little bit. There we go. Let's have that rolling around. Let me get more of that. More of the blue here. Is nice. There we go. And we're just a little bit over an hour. That's it. Just a little over an hour in so far. I might even try to get me a little hint of that in here. Ooh, there we go. Is nice. Yeah, like that. Some of that maybe in here. Little bit of that over here. There we go. You can look at that nice little transition of colors we got going on there. Leave that more of a gray. Alright, so this again has more of the water kind of showing through our translucent cloth there. Doing a little bit more blending stuff right there, softening up some of those edges. Try to work in a little bit of that right in here. Oh, there we go. Nice little bit of turquoise, kind of sweeping up there. I think the face, I think we can start to do a little bit more here. Let's start to really lock in on the face again. We don't want to keep doing too much of this and then be sticking our hands on it. So I hope I got the right one of these. We shall go with the same kind of a greenish color for the eyes. I think we kind of did this the last time around too. And I think we'll go like this. Again, not looking straight ahead. Almost kind of off in that direction. Time for the eyelashes here. A little bit of a pupil there. So that really changes how that looks quite suddenly, doesn't it? Also that. Yeah, let's get a little bit on the, not too much there. Let's go to our violet. Again, that's not the fabulous cobalt violet deep there. That's definitely neat stuff, Grand Oracle. We'll have to experiment with it again. And the cerulean blue. We'll definitely experiment with those. That was certainly a, what would you say, a far cry above the Winsor Newton cerulean blue. It's in like not even close. Yeah, that was a significant upgrade. I might need to go a little bit of magenta there. Start to get this blending in with what's already here for the ellipses there. More light on that. And then we're just going to have to leave that alone for now and go back to a little bit of the greenishness here. Like so. Then we'll lighten that up also. A little bit of our blue here. Sure, some of that as well. Might need a little more thinner to carry that. Same over there. Let me try this again. Grab some of you. See what that looks like over here. Okay. Now, even, I wonder, are these, those are mostly, yeah, these are mostly set enough. I think I can start to play around with these a little bit too. Yeah, those have set enough. Get all this stuff here. We're really gonna kind of work on this here, and then kind of work our way out. Because if I'm just gonna be again setting my hand here, why would I want to be doing a bunch of stuff there? You can see already there's stuff on my hand. Might as well do all the stuff here focused on the head first. Well, we'll be coming back with some of our darker, most likely more of the phthalo green, probably a little bit of the Prussian blue to get the darkest bits here in between these little gemstones here, whatever, little pearl type things. Hitting these. And even the hand there, I'm not sure I'm going to really go into that too strong right now. Might still be sticking my hand on that. I need to get these two. Well, that makes kind of a difference. Where's my... Ah, here it is. Okay, so we got all kinds of different colors, and we got magenta, we got all different kinds of stuff happening there. Here's a nice blue gem going in there. I think we need one somewhere. Oh, yeah. I think I'm going to maybe change one of these. Change that one to the blue there. And again, we're only 1 hour and 16 minutes in. It happens quick. Don't blink. Whatever you do, don't blink. I might make that a little stronger. Cut this. Also, we need a little bit edge for the hair. Like that. There we go. I wonder, I'm going to put me a little bit of shadow here in the nostrils. Then we'll have to get some lighter. Yeah, we'll get to get some reflected light under the nose too. Again, Grand Oracle, hopefully, things starting to feel a little bit, maybe not necessarily 100%, but maybe even a few percentage points each day closer to feeling towards close to that 100%. Try and get me a little something there. Even lighter on the hair, so almost try and get that platinum look to it. Not quite white. Back in here. So again, this will probably be a different color, a little bit different color scheme than the original one that we did, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. I'm pretty sure that I think that the Nimue Bust and the Nimue figure were the first ones to go at Adepticon. They were a mite bit popular. I am actually going to do at least a 2-part, if not 3-part painting series on the Nimue figure. And that's where I'm going to try and go with the not Alkids on that because, well, it's a multi-part series. It's going to dry in between. It's kind of inevitable. Now I need to get this also here a little lighter. Yeah, I might actually go more with maybe this. Let me tint it that way a little. Again, it's almost got a little bit of the yellow, Mars yellow deep there. Oops, there's a big old chunk of something on that brush. Get rid of that. Alright, now that makes a little more sense. Start to work on that line. Make this a little lighter here too. There we are. Now, as far as garden stuff goes, apparently the onions or the shallots. Speaking of onion lady, there, I was talking to the neighbor. I looked down, and all of a sudden I look at like, holy smokes! Look at that. That's like they're almost ready for eating. The hostas are only just now starting to come up. So yeah, hosta's gonna have to wait on those a bit. I pretty much have all of the seedling type garden supply stuff. That kind of targeting Sunday for putting all that stuff together and getting those seedlings going. Let me start doing some even lighter skin tones. I'm gonna take this, bring it over here. Also a little bit of thinner. Let me see if the skin tone has set enough. Again, it's very different working with these now than it was working on that that bust, the one that I showed you earlier. That's also going to be another one of the, what would you say, the initial files made available to folks on the Patreon page. Now this is a little bit more of a, almost like a stippling type of action there. Now that some of it's mixed, I can actually also take that over here and start to lighten up this. There we go. Going to do a similar thing over here. Start to lighten you up. We need the nostrils here to catch a little more light, and then here as well. Reflected light there. So this is one of the only characters in all of the Cyberthurian universe here to not have any kind of cybernetic bits on her face there, right, Surface Tension? Great to see you there, Surface Tension. And of course, Surface Tension, wanted you share some stuffs in the chat. Some of those fabulous oil-painted miniatures. So great to see you there, Surface Tension. I was telling Grant Orgo that I printed out the really large version of CAD, and he worked out pretty well. So we'll be seeing the Pearline Crimson mixed with Iridescent Pearl White and other interference colors, and see what kind of magic we can do with CAD. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, some fabulous oil-painted miniatures there that you really want to see. So go check that out. Going to use this as a little bit of a blend. You know, I'm going to get me here. Let me take some of this. That just can't be that dark. We needed to lighten that up a little. Also here too. Kind of wiping out a little bit of the thinner that's there. Okay, that is maybe a little bit more like it. So again, great to see it here, Surface Tension. Hopefully everything goes well. Gonna blend you out a little bit. So yeah, that's looking a whole lot lighter in there now. Then we kind of have to almost let this have a chance to sit again before we start doing more stuff. Because otherwise we're just gonna start basically ripping away the paint. We don't want that. There we are. I'm gonna try to get some lighter stuff here that also has a little hint of violet in it here too. A little something up there. Nah, I can see big chunks of paint on there. Let's get rid of that stuff. Now that's fantastic there. Surface tension. Yeah, surface tension. I'll be sending you some pictures. Probably as the week goes on. There's again some really fun things that that I'm working on. I think you'll get a kick out of them. Yeah, I'm gonna hit that a little bit, and then also in here. That's essentially kind of the water reflected up onto the armor here. And some of this stuff just kind of bouncing off of each other. Light bouncing off of other light things. Now we're talking here. Let me take that down a notch here. Like that, maybe. And we welcome in a Faye Story. How you doing there, Faye Story? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Well, I guess it's only appropriate then for Faye Story to show the cyber version of Morgan Le Fay. Also here, let's break out the bust. No, not the bust. Well, we don't have. We reprinted that, but we have this one. We got the bas relief version of Morgan Le Fay for Faye Story. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that. So we're kind of redoing our Cyber Nimue, Cyber Lady of the Lake, because well, this one and the figure sold at Adepticon, so we're going another round on there. And of course, the base, or the plinth on the plinth, we're going to paint it up much like our Lady of Shalott here. Again, all part of our Cyberthurian series. Oh, look, there's Mordred. Here's Arthur himself. There's Arthur. And of course, here's Galahad. We got figures for all these and bas reliefs. So there's Galahad again. We're going to paint this base here, same as his. And we also have Guinevere. We do have Morgan Le Fay in bust form as well. And of course, then this little gent right here. There's the Cyber Mordred figure, also painted on stream last week. So again, Faye, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That'd be fabulous. You know, I'm gonna start to here. Let's start to get. It's almost panel line time here. It's almost panel line time. Camden, look at this. I'm gonna start rocking in some panel lines here. And then we're gonna do some more of our lights. We're gonna try and get some of our gold insets into this. And again, everybody, please give Faye Story a follow. So, Faye, what were you working on your stream? And like I said, if you want to share some stuff on Insta's, Discord, whatever socials you got there, please go ahead and do that. There we go again, working in some little bit of panel lineage here. See how that starts to separate some of the elements in her arm here. Yeah, we're gonna go down like that. Another one here. Yeah, that needs to be darker as well. And then some of these, some of the panel lines are thicker than some of the other ones. I hit this up here. Another set of panel lines that they're going to be down in here. Another panel line right down there, and then a bunch as we get closer to the wrist here. Bunch of them down in a whole little cluster of panel lines there. And then again, we'll come back in with our later stuff on a lot of the edges too. We need to definitely rework some of our edges right here. Again, there's some cybernetic bits here. Bingo. Like so. So again, that really just didn't take much to bring those out, now did it? Again, thanks again, Canada. Really appreciate that. I'm going to take some of the Prussian blue, some of the phthalo green, or we're sort of making a Prussian green that actually works surface tension. Appreciate that surface tension. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to get a little bit of this in the eyes is there. And we got to get our later highlight in there too. I'm going to start with this first. And remember we said we wanted some of this to go around these little gemstones here to kind of separate those. Now we're talking. So yeah, surface tension, was it the Hansa yellow? Seems to be pretty much basically Windsor yellow. In Gamlin form, it tends to be Hansa yellow. Just like Windsor red is pretty much just, well, Naphthol red or Fanchon red. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere with this. Then, of course, we're going to be more lights there. More light is going to be happening on the veil over the hair. We just again had to establish the skin tone, the hair tone, the stone underneath. So all of this stuff, again, whatever's underneath here, like blue, little skin tone there, and then hair color here, whatever's underneath there, that's what you're going to see. Same deal over here. Again, you got the yellow over there, you got blue down here because, well, water. Again, translucent cloth, object source, all those things that are said to be so complex, they're actually among the easier things to do. Mostly because there's just seems to be a cottage industry around making simple things as complex as possible. I'm not really sure why that is. I think I first noticed it with vehicle painting. Let's take a 3-step plan and turn it into 27,000 individual steps. What could possibly go wrong? And the metallics, right? That's the other thing that you got there, Camden. The Paul Rubens metallics, I think. Ooh, there we go. That sets that off nicely. We gotta do the same thing here now. Same deal on these. So it should be real interesting again, painting this with the regular oil paints instead of using, again, the alkyds here. I'm going to try to lighten up said phthalo green even more here. I better thin that down a little. Not too much, though. That's a pin line wash. That will definitely not work. A little bit there. And now we're going to take this. Let me work this in here. Now, I see. I see what's going on there. Let me get. Where'd the other one go? Where are you hiding? There you are. Yeah, you thought you could hide from me. Yeah, let's get that big old glob of stuffs out of there. Might have to drop down some more of the weight here just to get something fresh there, but let's see what we can do with this. Drop you there. And another, there we are. All right. There we are. Yep, and now we're going to get some of our lighter stuff over here. We gotta also remember to make sure to get some of that kind of gold-ish color in here too. Definitely want to lighten this up. Let's get some more of our light in here. This too. Right along there. And now we gotta, again, kind of carry down that kind of chain of highlights here. Let me do that. Bit more of our light right along here. Another bit of it there. And see that's gonna get more and more and more shiny as we start to get more of this in. We're gonna get some reflected light on this side too, because again that gonna bounce off of here. I was just kind of waiting for this to set. There's a lot of our glazy stuff that went down in there. Had to wait for that to set a little bit. And we're gonna do this. Whoops, wait a minute. Let me get this across the top of that, right, that, also there, and now this. Boom, couple shots right there. Yeah, that's working. Oh, gee whiz, this gotta go all the way down here. Yep, we are remiss in our lights down here as we get towards the wrist. Yep, gotta get me some more lights in there. And we're gonna do the same thing here. Lighten you up some more. Also, maybe a little bit more up there. Okay, fine. I'm going to hit me a little more reflected light on this. Wait. Let me get this. I'm going to hit you some more and then some down here. Ah, there we are. Ah, so what we want. Better. her up here. And we'll be breaking out the old fast mat weight as well here at a certain point.
Who enters my domain?
And of course, let's welcome in Erican wife, who always dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Erid? Great to see you. Nice to see you there, Wintang. Again, everybody please give Erid again wife a follow. So great to see you there, Erid. And of course, Erid, well, oh, here it is. Yeah, I think, oh, that's right. Yeah, you did have to go off for a little bit of slumber there. So that is what the Cyber Excalibur ended up looking like there. That was our stream last night. We're continuing to work on our cyber universe. So we've got our Nimue Bust here. All of this stuff down here is going to be more like what we've been doing, say, for Arthur and also for Lady of Shalott. So the plinth on the plinth is going to look more like that. We'll also be adding, well, when I do the water effects here, I'll try to remember to add them to Lady of Shalott at last. So great to see you there, Arid. Yeah, we've got all kinds of really fun busts here again for our Cyberthurians. We have figures for everybody too. So there's Arthur, there's Mordred. And again, if you want to share your Pinterest link there, Arid, please go ahead and do that. We got Galahad, we have Guinevere. Again, we've got all of our Cyberthurian characters again, and also in figure form. Like, say here, there's Mordred, big old dude. Look at him. There he is. Cyber Mordred, nice, nice fun cloak there, super fun. And also, well, here's the Lady of Shalott. Maybe a bit of freehand here and there on Lady of Shalott. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erican Wife just shared. And again, everybody please get Erican Wife a follow too. So hopefully it was an Easter-free kind of a Friday for you there, Arid. No Easter intruding on your Friday. Don't want that, right? Get touch. And I'm gonna get some of that up here. Yes, we can still go a wee bit lighter on some of the hair. Not all of it, but some of it. We need to get some light over there on the sleeve. Also, gotta get me some of our yellow reflected on the armor there. I'm trying to get me a little more of that yellow in here. Yeah, something like that. Ah, that's good, Erid. I know it's just been absolutely bonkers for quite an extended period of time, hasn't it? Now, what I'm going to do here is, well, we're looking at it here. I want to get that inset right there. We're going to do that on our other Excalibur here. Let's do that. It's crazy surface tension. I'm telling you, I was talking to the neighbor. I looked down and I point to that and I go, when the heck were you guys going to tell me that there's this verdant pasture of shallots here? I mean, it's I can send you the picture of their surface tension. I sent it to Kathy's family because Kathy's mom sent those, last June or something? Yeah, I think she sent those maybe last June or whatever. And they were in the fridge for a while. I kind of forgot about them, surface tension. Yeah, they were sitting in the fridge for like a week or so. Now, I ate some of them, and then the rest of them I stuck in the garden. And lo and behold, surface tension. So Mutu, that was what I painted last night. Well, Thursday. Yeah, we painted that on flat Thursday. So just the most recent stream before tonight. Now, you don't go there. Now we're going to, here, let me get back to our other brushy here. Let me grab this guy. Some of this. Maybe a little bit thinner too. It's just crazy surface tension because it was well, it's almost in the 30s tonight. Actually, it will be in the 30s tonight. It's been in the 30s several times, and I don't mean Celsius 30s neither. Yes, we are talking Cyberthurian units. Yeah, and somehow those things are like 30 degrees, fine. But yeah, we have all of the garden supplies. I actually did just real quick earlier today. I was kind of ripping out some of the pieces of wood and other emergency things that I had used to prop up the 8 foot tall tomato plants last year. I have a feeling that I want to say by this time next week the old shovel might be broken out and we might be doing some digging back there. Just tilling the soil, that's it. Clearing out the old stuff, tilling the soil while the new seedlings kind of take hold. So Mutu, that probably started. It was a late start because of craziness. So that was probably about 11:45 Central Time. Now the stream tomorrow. Again, I'm hoping maybe for an earlier start, maybe more like 10:30 Central Time for the Saturday stream. Well, later today, anyways, because now it's later today or early today, whichever one you want to say. For surface tension, it's later today. Let's see, surface tension. You guys are well. You haven't done your changeover thing, have you? So are you 6 hours ahead of us or 7? I don't do names. I don't do dates, and I don't do time. Right? I don't do any of those things. So yeah, surface tension, yield shovel. We're gonna be breaking that out. Got to break out all the heavy duty gloves and everything. Yeah, the neighbors next door, they heard some sounds. That was me just kind of ripping up pieces of wood and stuff that was in the garden. And they're like, "What are you doing over there?" Let me do this right here. And again, in this neighborhood, you live in some proximity to your neighbors, as in you can be touching your house and their house. If you have long enough arms, you can be touching both of them at the same time. Actually, I don't think you even need arms that are all that long. Alright, so it's 1:30 here. It is 7:30 there. Is nice. Now in here, I'm gonna try to sneak in. Maybe some of this. Let me see what happens when we sneak in a little teensy bit of you. Also in there. Then some in here. And it's gonna do a quickly little transition into the into that manganese blue over there. We are working with oil paints like usual. All oils all the time. These are just regular oil paints. Now, of course, these alkyds here, the Paul Rubens, you can get those on Amazon. That's the nice thing about those. You also got the Griffin alkyds too. As we welcome in someone else that is also very brave to enter our domain. How you doing there, Daddy Kelt? Welcome back. So here you go, Daddy Kelt. Let me show you what we was working on last night. This is what we finished here. So there's our Cyber Excalibur. And oh, look at that. There's Excalibur again. And we're working on the little gemmy stone that goes on there. So great to see you there, Daddy Count. Of course, if you would like to share some stuff on the chat, please go ahead. go ahead and do that if you want. Where'd that? Grab this thing here. Come on. We need something a little lighter, a little more turquoisey there too. It's a highly technical painting term, right? Camden turquoisey. Kind of goes with leafy bits and cratery things. Now, Daddy Kilt, it's always fine. Again, Daddy Kilt, you advance however you advance, right? At whatever pace that you advance. It's when we compared our stuff, when we were first starting to paint miniatures, it was a whole lot less than the stuff that we were seeing. We just had to keep a learning and a learning and a trying, right, Daddy Kilt? That's all you can do. And of course, you hope to have fun along the way, because that's super important. You want to make sure that you're having fun along the way. Actually, hey, Landrast. Actually, Landrast, maybe that should be that should be a little chapter in the Book of Wappo there, Landrast. I think so. Kind of like the perfection is the enemy of completion. Yeah, well, Landrast, could you shoot me that? Either, well, it's Insta, Messenger, whatever. I mean, if you don't mind, I think that, wouldn't you say that that should be, I think, part of the Book of Wappo? There you go. Everybody check out that Discord link that Daddy Kilt just posted. And again, everybody please give Daddy Kilt a follow. Also remember, give Air to Kenwife a follow. Gotta follow all the folks. Now that one, that didn't quite go where that was supposed to. Let's give this another little try here, shall we? Let's just try this one again. So here you go. Get another Discord link there. Give everybody go check those out. And of course, give Daddy Kilt all the follows. So yeah, Landrast, really liking that. I think that's got to be another Book of Wappo saying there, Landrast. Oh yeah. Now Camden, did you share that? The pictures of that? Cause was it earlier today, Camden? You put that up on Insta, or was that yesterday? And I was seeing it late. But that really turned out very well, Camden. And Camden, I know we've been having that discussion about the whole one piece figure thing. And after your experience with that, right? You're like, I don't care how hard it is to print out. Just give me a one piece stupid figure there. So thanks, Landress. If you sent that there, I heard something. So I'm guessing maybe you sent that. But that is appreciated. Yeah, I think that's something we got to use, Landras, for sure. Now I think I can safely start getting some of the lighter colors on the hand here too. I mean, we're not even 2 hours in. This is 1 hour 54 minutes. That's it for this whole deal here. That ain't nothing. Poof. So, I'm gonna get me some of that in here. Yeah. Looky there. Now on this here, let us get some nice and white, some of our water effects here. Yeah, let's do. I don't want it to be too light. It can't be as light as, say, the cloth here. The water effects over the again, we're just going to be using that stuff that we can cure super quick, like flash cure it with the 405 light. Actually, well, no, that wouldn't work out. I was going to say that I'm going to try again, get that blue resin. Let me see. So 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 31 seconds, Daddy Kilt. It's the extra 31 seconds that always matter. The other stuff is irrelevant. It's those last few that those 31 seconds is vital. Now, of course, we have to keep in mind that, well, I sculpted this, so I'm kind of familiar with it. And this is also my second time painting with it, so again, more familiarity. First time around was a little bit of figuring out, okay, what exactly do we want to do here and here and here? Here it's more like, well, we know what we're doing there. We know what we're doing there, also over there. Well, Daddy Kelt, just ponder this. Just again, don't beat yourself up too much, because when you realize that, in all likelihood, I've been painting with oils far longer than you've been alive, possibly by a wide margin. So definitely consider that there, Daddy Kelt. Yes, indeed. Again, probably not just longer than you've been alive, but maybe some tack on some years after that too. I don't have it here. Surface Tension, did you see the video on the Carnosaur? Well, it was the Road to Adepticon thing. It was the Carnosaur and that creature caster deal. And remember, I was mixing the blood effect with that curable resin, the flash cure resin, and at first it went all opaque, and I went, oh my gosh, and I just chucked it off to the side. It did start getting more and more translucent, Surface Tension. Definitely longer than that. Not by that many years, but definitely longer than that. Let me. Yeah, I might turn that into a different old gemmy stone there too. Now we're gonna get some of this. That's gonna go in the hair here, especially get in here. There you go, and over here. This area really kind of needs it there. A little more. Come on, let's connect the dots. There we go. And a little bit of reflection over there. No, we'll do that. I am going to take a little bit of this up here. Let me do this. Now again, part of it is I started painting with the oils really, 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 really young. And by young, I mean like technically less than 10 years old. Surface tension, actually, there was, oh yeah, when we first started painting miniatures, Kathy and I, we each had a whole bunch of tubes of acrylic paint. Like, I don't know, kind of your not super snazzy acrylic paint, right? And the tubes. And we tried using that. Oh my gosh, surface tension, that was a disaster. With a capital Z. Holy smoke, that didn't work out so well. That stuff was globby as all get out. We didn't know there was such thing as miniature paint. We just said, it's paint. We got paint. Wish we had, if I had known about the oil thing, that would have been a whole different ball game. Better late than never, though, right? Surface tension. Around about 2016 is when we made the connection. And of course, so-called elder gods, right, Camda? Yeah. So-called elder gods that have been around for millennia. It's like, that's cute. Nah, whatever. When you're older than the universe itself, then we can talk. These young whippersnappers that just think they're all that, and the whole ancient god realms. Let me do a little bit more of this umber right here. A little bit right there. And there. I think also too consider, well, the volume. Since the race to Adepticon was at those 6 weeks, that final 6 weeks where everything all went pear shaped. I probably painted more figures and such than the next 100 miniature painters combined in that time frame. It would probably be safe to say that, wouldn't you say, Camta? Nice to see you there, Switchblade. So Dedikilt, they got the Patreon page with, what was it? Well, geez, if it's got to be getting close to 3,000 hours worth of vids, right, Camta? If it's not actually at 3,000 yet, it's gonna hit that pretty darn soon. Every tutorial I've ever filmed since 2013, yeah. So Switchblade, we actually painted this once before. This was it was either this or the figure version of Nimue were the first things to sell at Adepticon. So we're in the amongst other things, we're also replacing some of the sold stuff from Adepticon. I think on the stream tomorrow, I think I'm going to paint the alternate version of Guinevere. I don't think I'll paint the original version because we got to repaint that too. Switchblade, oh gosh, this was years ago. We calculated if you just never stop, like you can't go to the bathroom, you can't eat or anything like that, how long would it take you to just watch the whole thing non-stop? It was something like 87 days, and that was years ago. Oh, I don't think Horns fan is still watching. It was from the commercials for Dr. Pepper. Oh, a casual. Yes, if you weren't a true fan, you're a casual. So yeah, if you're not watching all of the videos and just again letting it consume your life so that nothing else matters, then you're just a casual, right? Surface tension. You're not a true member of the Linseed Fellowship. You're just a casual. Wow, that is significantly lighter there, for sure. Well, we're gonna have to do some more of that. We'll do more. Not right now necessarily, but we'll do more of our later stuff there. I need to get me a little more light over here, though. Also there. Ah, yes. I like that one there, surface tension. A Lindsay dilettante. Yes, a Lindsay lightweight. There you go, surface tension. Yeah, I think yeah, that was on this season of the Fansville commercials there. Yeah. The kids were selling lemonade or something like that so that they could get more players in the portal. And the guy only bought one can of Dr. Pepper, and they said, he's a casual. And then they pointed to this, well, there's a little bit of an allegory probably to Texas Tech there, but they pointed to a billionaire in a big old cowboy hat who had bought something like 2,000 cases of Dr. Pepper. And he's like, I can't do that. And they said, you're a casual. You're not a real fan. There we go. Now, I'm going to get me some of that down here, too. We were talking about it. And again, everybody please give Daddy Kilt a follow while you're at it. Also, Erida Ken Wife. Don't forget to give the follows. Nice to see you there, Doji. Now, Doji, I sent you a super secret image there. Yeah. A little bit of a sneaky preview there, Doji. Let's put it this way, Doji. Since I have all the experience with the Cyberthuria and stuff there, Doji. I've already got like painting backdrops developed and songs. Oh yeah, Doji. There's a ton. Nice to see you there, Doom. How you doing? Well, of course, happy Saturday, because now we're a couple hours into Saturday. Let me see. So, and Doji, before you run though, I know you got to go, but why don't you share some of your oil painted stuff there? Yes, share some of that in the chat before you take off. We're going to lighten this up a little bit here. Also, here. So you can see we got to do a little bit of the lighter stuff in there. We got to wait though. I'm very much convinced, Surface Tension, that those squirrels that they actually have some kind of like a they have like some kind of auto barking mechanism or something like that. Yeah. Don't let the dog be fooled by that, Surface Tension. The squirrels have like a little remote control thing, and they just press that, and they make a barking sound. Also, that reminds me of oh gosh, I think this was years ago. Somehow a whole bunch of pet parakeets or something like that got loose. I think they got out of a pet store or something. And of course, in this cell phone era, they were hanging out in this tree. And well, it didn't take very long, shall we say, before all of the parakeets or whatever were having very spicy conversations because they kept hearing people on their cell phones. Well, maybe using some, shall we say, colorful metaphors and talking about, well, very spicy topics. And people would be walking, and then they'd hear over their head, they'd be hearing people calling them, well, shall we say, some nasty names. And saying again some very spicy words, and they would look up and they would just see a bunch of parakeets up there. All right, everybody, please check out the. Well, good luck with that, Doji. Good luck with that. Here, let's get a little more of our lightest light here. Might get a little glowy element there too. We will come back maybe do a little bit of some darker stuff in here as well. So see you later, there, Doji. Again, this was a while ago. This was probably 10 plus years ago or something like that. But yeah, this whole little flock of parakeets would end up in a tree somewhere in the neighborhood. And people would think that somebody was following them or something like that. Let me do this. Again, starting to get some of our lightest lights in here. Wait, a little more. There we are. Again, now that's going to start separating from the. You can see now those are lighter than our little action in the water there. That was getting to be pretty similar as far as how light it was. Yeah, Switchblade. I don't know if you want to post some stuff in the chat, Switchblade, like always, go ahead, do that. Appreciate you being here, Switchblade. Ooh, also here, this is what we painted last night. And there's your Cyber Excalibur right there. I also have that printed out really, really, really big. Like twice that size. Bingo. Like so. There we are. Do this. Some more light up there. That could still be lighter, can it? And actually, I can still go lighter than this. As light as that is, I can still go lighter than that. Gonna start getting some of that on the veil here now too. Catch some light on the end here. Also some here. And there. Alright. Again, don't want to wipe out all the darker stuff. Gotta leave some of that behind. And then, of course, we'll come back to this. And we're going to do some brush stroke maintenance, as we call it. But that's kind of like an hour 3 here. We're still at 2 hours, 12 minutes. We got some time. We don't have to be hasty hobbits, right, Camda? More of our light there. Come on. So we're going to start doing some of this on our Excalibur here. Need some more light down here. Also this this channel here. Let me see if we can scoot this in here. Right along this edge. There we go. There we are. Some lighter stuff up here. And, oh, wait a minute. Let me refresh that brush. Then do this. There's about some edges here on that blade. This side, do the other side. Is nice. Better lighten this up a bunch. Blending brush. Let's grab this here. Can't have them both, right, Camda? I was just about to say, is it almost time to start feeding those orclings? I think you still got a couple hours before that, right, Camda? Before you have to feed the orclings. Make this lighter here too. Also, much later. Hey, look at this. Finally, our glazy stuff that have been sitting there for a while. That's finally set enough where I can do this. Now, it's still wet. You can see that's still blending there. It is not dry. That status that we call set. Blending brush here. That's good there, Camda. I will take some of the. I don't know what's this gonna do. Well, nothing just yet. Fine. I'll mix me some thinner in that, and I'll try that. touch that in here. Alright, alright, alright. Enough of that. So Switchblade, not on this one here because if I want to do my water effects on this, I don't want to be waiting for the regular oils to dry. On the figure version of this Switchblade, I'll be using regular oil paints because that's going to be a 3-part tutorial series. So it's going to dry no matter what. Yep, we're going to be doing that in 3 parts. And then, of course, this is one of our first tutorials that we filmed coming back from Adepticon. This was also, well, except for white, that's the only alkyd. Everything else was just regular oil paints on that. Do I have the... Oh, okay, it's not in this room. The figure version of that. Let me get this lighter here, and then we'll have to switch back around because after at a certain point here, we got to let this have a chance to set now. Yeah, so we'll leave that be. We're going to go back over here. I was very surprised by both the cerulean blue and that cobalt violet there, Switchblade, because I have the Winsor Newton version of those, and they were not super snazzy. Those definitely were a far cry from the Winsor Newton version. I mean, I'm guessing. Again, that's kind of like saying, well, the Williamsburg version was better than the Windsor. That's kind of like, well, yes, of course. So those paints there, I'm sure, are more like Williamsburg type prices. They're certainly not Paul Rubens prices, right, Camden? And again, I still got to jump in on that. Was it the Williamsburg fluoros there? Those are probably going to take a heck of a long time to dry, wouldn't you say, Camden? Oh my goodness. Now I'm gonna get me some lighter stuff on some of the, come on, some of these gemstones here too. Well, actually, Camden, I have several. I have a little farm for that kind of thing. Yeah, cause well, you never know when you need some spot finances, right, Camden? So it's always best to kind of have a little something going there. I mean, they're just like legs. They don't need those, right, Camden? Especially since they don't need 2 of them. Oh, yeah, here, let me get some of the light on top of that. Top of this section here. There we are. And we're doing this. Another light there. Now we're starting to get there. We'll be coming back with something. We're going to kind of make our own little pansy gray type mix there. There we are, finally. Finally starting to see the lighter stuff here as well. Ooh, we never did get these. We got ourselves some lights to do here. Shazam, look at that. I wonder. I want to see what happens with this right up in here. Again, look out, no, our hand nowhere near the ferrule of that there brush. Nowhere near the ferrule of that brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. I might take that a bit further. Let me see what happens if we go a little further. I guess we need more thinner. Let's change the consistency of that. Yep, sure enough, we get ourselves some traction there if we change the consistency. We'll spread that out here. Just kind of plopped it on. Now we spread it out a little. Where is that violet here? Nope, nope, no, no. Making this over here. A little bit of that. There we go. Again, that's a little bit of a color change. Yes, it is lighter, but it is also a different color. That's violet right in there. It's not a skin tone color. It's kind of a grayish violet. And we'll get some of that down in there too. Also, now we do have a little bit of reflection there. Then I might, let me try this. Connectinoma, come on, more of that connectinoma. There we go. This is pretty darn translucent here. Get that raised up a little further. Now let me try to do something like this. Hopefully this won't be too much of the reflected light here on the upper lip, but I got to try it. I'm gonna get me some of that down here. That's a little too dark. Let me go lighter. Oh, I think we got it. I think we got it. Now I'm gonna try to do it. No, gotta go thinner. Fine. Whatever. Maybe that. And we'll take well, that light. Hey, Third, how you doing? Well, a happy Saturday. Yep, 2:08 in the morning on a Saturday here. So happy Saturday to everybody. Careful, careful. A little too much paint on there. Now we're talking. There we go. All right. Yeah, I was a little bit, the upper lip there way too thick. We had to take away some of that. So, Third Leg, I hope that you're doing well. And great to see you, of course. Appreciate you being here. I wonder, I thought we got as light as we could on the knuckles down here. No, we can do a little more. Also, gonna get some darker stuff here. We're gonna take that basically like an Indian red. A little bit of the Van Dyke, not Van Dyke brown there. Here we go. We're gonna get some separation in the fingers. We needed some of that. Now, there's going to be tricksy here. Let me try this. Boy, that could be, that might still be a little too dark. Let me try that here. Let me get some thinner. We're going to break this down. Touch right there. Okay. Now one of the bugaboos here with these upper lips there, Cam, if you don't extend the light stuff far enough that way, it kind of gives him a very harsh expression, and that's even back, I mean, all the way back to portrait painting days. Speaking of which, there's a whole bunch of portraits that I'm going to be painting. I'll try to do some of them as tutorial videos. I don't know how that would work out, but again, it's some brand new artwork that I'm working on, and they'll probably be too big to do on stream. Although maybe I could do some smaller versions of them on stream. But yes, we got some pretty exciting 2D art on the menu now. You know what? That went a little weird. I'm gonna tone that down. I basically got some Indian. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I'm gonna take this Indian yellow here. I'm gonna drop a little bit of a glazy thing of Indian yellow down inside the water lilies here. Don't we have some over here? We do. We do. Yeah. Now, maybe take this in the other direction here. Like so. Yeah, like that. Let me get some of my lighter stuff up in here. Trying to, again, hit some of the lighter petals here on our water lilies. Like that. We'll probably have to come back with sort of like a very light mid-range gray on some of the petals on this one. Also, I'm going to try and get my translucent cloth a little lighter right there. Now, this stuff, I want grab this. Looking for a warmer gray here. Ah, that might just do it. Yeah, it does. There it is. Like this. Come on, there we are. Just trying to get the catch a little bit of light on the top of the filigree here. Same up here. Gives that just a little hint of dimension, a little bit of embossment there going on. Not a ton. And remember, we did the lighter dry brush stuff here. Then we did a little bit of a glaze over it, and that's just been sitting there for like 2 hours, 10 minutes or so. First time we've done anything with it in over a couple of hours. And that tiny little bit makes a big old difference, doesn't it? And again, this is a much warmer gray. It's not like the cooler grays that we've been using where we're mixing, say, the Prussian blue, the indigo, whatevs. This is some of the umber, some of the Mars black to make it a warmer gray here. Not a dead gray, but a warmer gray. Don't want none of them dead grays. And all this stuff out here on the edge, it's the last thing we're going to be doing, right? Because, well, you can see I'm sticking my hand right on that. Why would I even bother to fool around with that yet? Not messing with that now. Plenty of time later. Okay, so that, see, we got some of that light cascading down. We've caught some of it there. Very nice. I will take some of the, again, this is, well, we do have one non-alkyd out here. That's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, aka Indigo. Come on. There we are. Pretty good on that side, though. We're going to have to get some lighter stuff on the, whatchamacallit stuff there. Now, where's my... Now that's in, so that was, again, some of the magenta there. That's the quinacridone magenta. There's still too much paint on there. Oh, yeah. There was a bunch of paint on that. I had to get rid of some. Actually, I'm going to get rid of a little bit more. Try you again. I just want it right there. There we go. Now we got that separation that we're looking for. See? Yeah, that was the separation I was looking for. Now I also have to come back with this here. And then we're going to do a little brush stroke maintenance there. Okay. No, we're not going to... Ooh, I'm going to try that here. Let me... Phthalo green. And basically into it's phthalo indigo. Green shade. There you go. We kind of got away from making up our own colors there, Camda. Yeah, now we've got phthalo indigo green shade. Because it won't be confusing at all for people, right, Camda? If we start making up our own colors, not in the least. Here's the... Yep, I can use it as a blending brush. Wow, that is a testament to just how quickly these alkyds set. I went to push that around and move it, and it's like, nope, I'm happy where I'm at. I ain't going anywhere. It's like, man. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channels. Again, you want to see, say, like the Mordred or whatever, those past episodes. Gotta get yourself over to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. You do the subscribe thing. That's you'll get all the little notifications. It's like, hey, look at this. Here is another one of our sessions. It is now live on the YouTube channel. And get me a little bit of dark there, a little bit of something there. Maybe a little more dark up in here. Let me try this here. Yeah, kind of needed to do that. That's fine. Maybe something down here. To define this a little bit. There we are. Another set of panel lines here. There's, whoops, that one not quite where that panel line's supposed to go. There we are. We're gonna again get the no, let me go back to the darker stuff here. Around this. Also some more, yeah, some more of that. There we go. We need more of the dark around that as well. I'm gonna couple little darks in there. Now these here, let me get some. Which one of these is gonna work? Well, we gotta get some lighter greens here on our leafy bits. We got this. That could do it. Also get a bit of a warmer green there too. We got these over here. I haven't forgotten about them. Is nice. There we go. Might even chuck a little bit of that green as a dry brushy thing on here. Let me do this. Now it's interesting. This figure, this bust here, this was printed out in that new resin, the red stuff. Where's my? There it is. Little smidge of Indian yellow, some of the phthalo green. So we're gonna have ourselves a kind of a darker, warmer, translucent green here. All right. Some of that green in here. Next location there. And then we switch around to get to the lightest of the light green. Bam. Like that. Take this out now. Let me forget I still have this fan on there. What do we got going on? Yeah, we're gonna do that now. A little bit of this over here. Also that. We got a couple other leafy bits there. Back to it again. That's got a little bit of the yellowish green. Just like we did on the back, we're going to try to get a little bit of embossing happening over here. That is one of the, that's real important to get that one edge down there. Yeah, move to multitasking here. That's pretty much a way of life. Actually, we call it megatasking. Yes, multitasking. That's a beginner's type of. That's a introductory level there in Wappleville. The advanced levels are megatasking. I think I could still get that a little later too. Yep. Ooh, that could be later. Might again also come back with some kind of later mid-tone. Yes, you must be able to megatask. Nah, too big of a chunk of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. I like that little hint of green in there. some of this. This is almost still some of like the original dry brushy stuff in here. That's going back a few hours now. Where's a something we could use as a blending brush? Just maybe I'll snag you. Super light there. See, look at that. Just gonna take away some of the edges on those bits there. To the lightest light stuff we go again. Here, let me pull this over here. Like that. I can still make this lighter for sure. Oh yeah. That can definitely be lighter. These two. I mean, they're right on the edge here. They should be catching a bunch of that light. Now, the other thing I think we're going to do in just a second here is that, well, we should do a film noir. Because as we know, film noir has value. Also, film noir I mean, we literally have yellow, red, blue. Until we do the film noir, and then it's just going to look like it's a whole series of grays with no translucency. It will immediately eliminate all translucency to the cloth, because the translucency comes not from the value, it comes from the color, because you're seeing what's underneath there. And, well, that's all about the color, not the value. So Candace says, how's about we see said film noir? All right, look at it. We got the triple play of colors there, right? You got the yellow, you got some red, and then you got the blue. Well, now we got nothing but gray. And also no translucent cloth. I mean, it just looks like cloth now. It looks like a towel. It looks like a big old beach towel. Could be as solid as that. Return to not film noir, and looky there. A whole panoply of colors there. That's again showing you what is underneath. Same deal over here. Let's do a double round. Let's do another round of Blammo. Again, just gray, just a dress now until it's back to our translucent there. So thanks, Cand. Appreciate that. I think Valfera is off in the land of the sleepies there. Wouldn't be surprised. Let me catch some of our lights up here. Yeah. Something like that. Great to see you back there, Irid. So, Irid, I'm sure that the stream was fabulous. And like I was saying earlier, Irid, we gotta, at least on Sunday, definitely have to get those seedlings planted. Because if I can get those, let's see, what is today? The 11th. So if I can get those planted on the 12th, that would basically be almost a month earlier, I think, than I planted the seedlings last year. Of course, we also have the sacred tomato plant, all 4 feet of it growing in the living room. Again, I'm not, just dragging that thing out there, that's going to be real interesting. Just trying to drag that thing outside. Yeah, oh, I remember you saying that in the last stream there, Irid. Well, here's hoping that you got yourself a reliable one of those garden center things where you can get yourself some decent plants. There we are, and we're going to start to get even more little sub-panel line type things in here. like you do. Now, go back to this. Like so. And another patch of it here. Now we wanted, let me get some of our manganese blue here. We'll just go in there for now. Some of that up in here. I wonder, can I give me some of this? Some of the Indian yellow in there. Nope, I'm gonna have to go Terra Rosa. Put some Terra Rosa with the Indian. There we go. That is kind of the more orangey brown. There we are. We had too much of the same, not enough of the different. There we are. Too much of the same stuff. Do that over there. Let me get a little bit of touch of that up in here. Oh, that's fabulous. There, here it. For a second, I kind of, I somehow spaced on the whole. Well, you don't live in that area anymore, but the Gem and Jewelry Show. Actually, AD Creations is headed there, and our friends over at Art Clay World. They're heading. They're descending upon Vegas there for that Gem and Jewelry Show. I know you're in Arizona there, but yeah, they're headed down to Vegas for that Gem and Jewelry Show. Basically, AD's going to be a little bit of an assistant there for the instructor. They're kind of doing what a couple of folks were kind enough to do for me when I was doing my Adepticon class. They were the lovely assistants, kind of going around, maybe getting students extra paper towels or extra whatever, or if they had some questions, maybe just kind of helping them out as best as they could while the instructors working on other emergencies. British Columbia's the largest gem show started today, goes all the way through Sunday. Now, well, Irid, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of nifty stuff there. Again, that one really nifty class that was a workshop that I took, and essentially it was basically renewing a medieval art of kind of your Gothic cathedral era, where you took again the metal shavings, and you essentially painted with the metal shavings on stained glass pieces, and then those were fired, and then it became part of the glass. It was basically fused into the glass. That was super fun. I only ever got to do that class that one time. The instructor knew that I was having a good old time with that. I was enjoying the heck out of that class. I could have done me a whole bunch more of that. Essentially painting with metal shavings. Needless to say, it was you were removing the metal shavings. You weren't adding them. It was kind of your classic reductive style of painting there. I'm pretty sure it's tempting to just basically want to get a whole bunch of different things, right, Irid? because you're there and you can just visualize about 20 different projects in your head. You're looking around going, holy smokes, I could use that for this. I'm sure there'll be, you'll have the different types of opals there, all kinds of fun dichroic glass will probably be there. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of nifty stuff. You don't go there. Let me get rid of that. Do a little bit of feathering right there. Okay, that's good. I want to. Let me try this. Let me get a little bit of that. That might still be a little too much towards there. I'm going to try to lighten that up a little. We're getting there. We're getting closer, getting warmer. I'm going to try to lighten you up a little more, but not too much. More jade, more better, Irid. Yeah, ooh, that would, and again, well, Irid, why don't you, now that you're back there, why don't you share your Pinterest link of fabulous jewelry so that people kind of understand the conversation that we're having here? Yeah, why don't you share that? Let me zop some more highlights on you. So you over there, and now I will, yeah, maybe almost like the skin tone here. Almost like the skin tone. Let me try that here along the handle of Excalibur. Do the same deal on the other side, I think. I don't think that's any later than this. Everybody check out that Pinterest link there that Irdican Wife just shared. Everybody please give Irdican Wife a follow. Super snazzy jewelry. So yeah, the Art Clay World folks gonna be in Vegas there at the Gem and Jewelry Show. Doing the thing, again, doing a lot of classes. Me, you know what, I'm gonna do this instead of just the, so now we did that, I'm gonna try and get that channel going on this side of it here. A little more, here we are, alright. See if I can lighten up this sort. And again, we still haven't brought our fast mat weight out here. We can actually technically go even lighter than this. Light as this might look, believe it or not, we can actually go lighter than that. Try and steal a little more light down there. Also on that, and maybe even a little bit on the hand. Come on, here we go. Couple woody knuckles here, make those a little lighter. Didn't this, yeah. Pop some of that over here. That should be a little lighter as well. Same over here. Let's lighten that up. Yeah, that starts to, whoops, a little too much. to, here's some of our lighter weight on this veil here. Yeah, this yep, that could definitely use some. For sure. Right there, we need some. Yep, some over there. Blending brush, blending brush. Small blending brush. We'll use this guy here. And just hit it like so. Get the end of you. Yep, yep. To the lighter blue we go in here. Let me try to chuck a little bit of sky blue in there. Now let me see what happens when we go really light. Nope. I thought the thicker stuff was going to stick there. Now it does. It's like, that was we were doing the consistency game the right way. Just was being a little persnickety there. Another round with the blending brush here. Taking it to those areas as well. Yep. Oh, this is a Jimmy Stone here. Prussian blue. Maybe some of this blue. No, we pretty much did those. Whoops. That side. There, yellow. We'll just leave that alone. So leave that alone now. Let me see. Now that I do have the white out here, let me roll this back in. There we go. Just take this over here. So, edges here on the water lily. Yeah. Bing. Oh, yeah. That's working out better than I was expecting. Yeah. Oh, there we are. That's what we want to see. So his petals really needed to be almost like iridescent white, but you can see there's still some of the gray, a little bit of the yellow in there. There still has to be some kind of color in there. Yeah, they're white, but and of course it's not just a yellow color. There's a little bit of the green, a little bit of the gray. These petals are semi-translucent. You got this blue water underneath and gray behind it. How is none of that showing through it? Just like the translucent cloth. Same deal. Same exact deal there. Yeah, those water lilies definitely start to show up now. A couple more hits on the petals here. Trying to really make those stand out. The cloth here again. Another hit on that cloth. The edge of our Excalibur there. Drag some of that down. And then we need some of it down there. That's basically reflecting, right, the Light bouncing off of the stone here. Nope, nope. I'm gonna refresh that, but trying to get me some of the lighter bits here and our metal there. Like so. Another little light up on the top of that. Yes, I can make that light. Oh, that's good. That is good. I was hoping that could be just one more step later. Bingo. Yes. Oh, geez. Looks like we have now hit hour number 3. And again, that's usually the time when, say, something like the fast matte white comes out. If we're doing really, really, really super duper light highlights. Let me come back with one of these little guys here. Maybe do a little bit something lighter in the water here. A little something lighter. Let me grab this. Start breaking this down. Oh, look at that. Our not radiant periwinkle of all things. And again, we are going to have the little waterfall-y type thing, we're going to have our, well, waves kind of work like this. Like that. Where are we at? There we are. So we're going to do some, we have a little bit more space here to do these rings than we did on the other one. There was not quite the space there. Nah, it's getting a little too light. And now let's work that into the flow that we already got going on back here. Not too late. And we want the water effects to do most of the talking with this stuff. And that's mostly the periwinkle there. Can take away some of the hard edges on that. Change in this direction a little. I think we're almost there with this effect now. And of course, we'll have to let this dry before we do any of the resin 405 stuff over the top of that. I am gonna just let myself do this here. Let me take this. Just need that to kind of soak in there. Again, this part here is that's printed FDM. So that stuff there, oils really just kind of soak into the FDM very, very nicely. And do that. There we go. We almost circumnavigated this. We have almost circumnavigated it. There we go. We've gone all the way around. Now I will take, where's that portion blue. We've done a lot of the lighter stuff. Now I'm going to take some of the darker stuff, do some darker, a little bit of wave action here. Make sure that goes all the way to the edge, and maybe it comes over the edge, like, see, like that. Sneak in again some more of our dark in between some of these waves, and then over here. Maybe we magnify that a little more. Should, yeah, here, let's get rid of that. Again, these concentric rings there where we want essentially a waterfall type thing coming down there. I think we need, I spy with my little eye a place where we have no, we gotta at least have a mid-tone over here. Yep, we had too much nothing right there. Ah, there we go. It's like that was just way too dark sitting over there. I was like, wait a minute, how come there's no later stuff on that at all? That doesn't make sense. Does now. Let me try, yeah, some more of that. Also, I'm gonna maybe take some of this kind of mid-tone gray here. We'll get maybe a little more of that into the, there we are. So again, for the Saturday stream, I might, I was originally going to do the, well, the original version of Guinevere, which, and that's sold at Adepticon, so I need to replace that. But I'm thinking I'm going to do the, I'm going to do the new version, which again I printed out yesterday, the day before. We'll try to get that prepped and ready to go for the Saturday stream later. Well, later today now. That's kind of a dirty grayish green. Let me see what. There we go. Get almost a little bit like maybe it's some kind of moss or something on there. Yeah, here it is. Again, doing a little bit of stippling, little semi-dry brushy type thing happening there. Might get some of that in that cloth. Oh yeah, that tinted it now. Just a little bit. Maybe a little more down in here. Not too much though. I mean, if there's all this water around it, right? Maybe got a little mossy, whatever stuff growing on the stone. Some, and also too, we got this green over here, so that also makes sense in close proximity. Wait a minute, did I? Oh, I was looking for something darker. I'm sitting there doing all this later stuff. I'm like, I don't think that's what we wanted. I think we wanted something darker here to separate some of our leafy bits here. Yep. Separated that. Did I? You know, I'm going to see what happens. First, I'm going to come back with this grayish, you know what, a little bit of that green too. I'm going to hit this from the underside, then I'm going to maybe see about coming back at it with the much later. Wait, alright, let's do that. Let's try that and see what happens. I don't think we've used, again, the latest light here. We did it on the plants on the other side, but I don't think we've... Nope, we haven't done... No, definitely haven't done it here. can see just how light that's getting. Nope, haven't done it on this side. Make these petals lighter now. We're looking a little more delicate, like you do here. Like that. Where are we at with this? That way too. We got this going on here. Underside of that, get rid of that yellow. Down in there. Also this. Where's that green that I was talking about? Well, let me just try some of that. That's got a little bit of the gray in it. Also a little bit of the violet there too. Yeah, a little bit of violet gray. Yeah, that's doing it there. Okay, and a little softening of those lines there. Now let's take this much lighter stuff. Again, here, here, and then there. That bit of cloth, okay, and this over here now. Better get some in here. We got a whole bunch of darker mid-tone in there. One of my blending brushes to can just take that. See, it doesn't wipe out what we just put there, but it does, again, take kind of that weird edge off of some of those brush strokes, and all that's doing, it's basically just pulling away excess paint. That's what's going to create the look of not being blended or whatever. It's just there's a whole bunch of paint piled up somewhere. You get rid of that, and presto, big difference. So I think I'm going to do is super quick here. I'm just going to go refresh the medicine. Also want to check on this one, on those prints down there. And we'll be back, because remember, we got to do this whole deal here. That's going to be probably close to an hour, probably just painting this thing right here. So we'll get back to that. Again, just going to refresh the medicine. Also got to get, well, looky here. I got to get some of that off of my hand, don't I? So don't go away. We shall be right back. think I want to try and get me a couple more little panel line type deals going on in here. Pansy gray. These around that. Ah, there we go. A little more there. There we are. Actually, I wonder. You know what? I think try the other one here. This might be the one we wanted to use. Yep, that's the one. Like that. And then there's a bunch of little organizing we need to do up here. Got to D for schmizzle this. I still got to figure out some kind of a concept for the schmizzler there, Camda. We haven't forgotten about the schmizzler, but we have to really think about what we want concept art-wise for that character. I don't think he's gonna be he's gonna be like the autocorrect monster, Camda. I don't think he's gonna be a very beloved character. Something tells me that. You know what? There we are. Yep. We made that darker, and that really showed up nicely. Much better. Come on, this is all the way around there, and now a little more up on the top of that. Sword here. I wonder, do we need some? Yeah, maybe that's it. We've been kind of going. Yeah, we've been going later and later and later. Sometimes you need to go the opposite way. You gotta go darker. Also, sharpen up some of these edges here. A couple of them again, a little bit on the soft side there. Tighten some of these up. Nah, let me try this again. There. Again, almost like some panel lines going on there. Also, this. Yep. And to get ourselves some more. Here's some of our Mars black. Like this. Some more. Across the top. Yeah, there we go. Again, sharpen up some more edges. Maybe these two. Get that going. All right. Now I'm going to start to get maybe some stuff down on here. Wait a minute. Let me do a little something on the lips here first. A little darker there. before I have to start again sticking my hand on that. Let me make sure we get this all secure here. Now I think we're getting there. And now one more round of making something lighter here on the lower lips with this red. Let me try this here. Very cool red. More paint on there. Now we're talking. And then this violet here. That'll let right in that area. Now I'm gonna start to gray. Here, let me get one of my these guys here. Maybe I'm gonna use this. Let's start off with this. We still have some of our manganese blue up here. And that's gonna go this way now. We'll start to lighten this up a little. Yeah, we've been doing this. Initially, I was just gonna have, the plinths be the plinth, and then I realized I needed to have a big old magnet in the bottom of these things. Like, and this is not the biggest. This is one of that's like a mid-sized magnet. The figures actually have giant ones. Oh, that's right. I gotta get more of those. Good grief. There's so much stuff I got to repurchase a bunch of things now. Might as well add those magnets to it. I forgot all about replacing those. I think I have a few of them left, but given the volume of stuff that's going to need the giant magnets, good grief. And yeah, these magnets are almost 1.25 inches. We basically had our own little like hadron collider there in at Adepticon in Fort Wapple. Any electronic devices that came within 100 yards were just a brick. If you got within 10 feet, the iron was ripped out of your blood cells, all that good stuff. You don't need that. Take, here's some of the white. We'll mix that in with this. And now we're going to start to block out these guys here. Here we are. Now I'm going to grab one of these brushes and just get rid of all that extra stuff there. We don't need all that. Bam. Get rid of the extra there. Despite the Geneva Convention, Camda, we still had those there. Now I did not bring them. They were supplied for me. So again, again, the United Nations has to go after the arms dealer. Yes, I was supplied by an arms dealer there, Camda. Surreptitiously, of course. And actually, Camda, just to try and complete the ruse, the clever ruse, I didn't even touch him for, I think, the first 2 days, Camda. Yeah, I didn't touch him on Thursday or Friday. Actually, I didn't bring them out until Saturday. Actually, it's practically Sunday when I brought those things out. It was during the shock therapy speed painting thing when I brought those out. Which of course terrified the those in the audience. Now again, we're just kind of building up a little bit of our lighter stuff here. Then we'll come back with the manganese blue over the top of that, because again, that's works. It's much more efficient that way. Way more efficient to use it again, almost like Indian yellow, where we just do that very effective sort of dry brush over the top. Camden, that's Sun Tzu, Camden. That's straight out of Sun Tzu. I think that's like the chapter, like the third chapter or something there, Camden, regarding chocolate covered raisins. It's either the third or fourth chapter, I think, covers that. Well, we are. And if it's good enough for Sun Tzu, right, Camden, it's good enough for me. Do I need? Oh yeah, here we go. There's. Is that the? Yeah, that's the last one. Right? I'm just gonna mark that off because I almost didn't see that one. Yeah, let's get that now. Might even throw a little bit of. That's all too much. Fine, we'll do that. Here. Like so. And again, the whole idea behind these is to give me a space to put a giant magnet, and they worked really well, Camda. Yeah, there was absolutely no movement in these things whatsoever. Get that going. And now here, let me get some of my lighter blue in here. And this is nowhere near as light as we can go. We will certainly go lighter than this, but we're also again going to take the opportunity to do the little bit of lighter, darker dry brush, not lighter dry brush, the darker dry brush over the top with that manganese blue. Like this. Yep, there we go. So the alternate Guinevere is going to look a little bit more like the Loot Studios Guinevere. Not going to have the red, because again, remember with the pre-Raphaelites, things like color of clothes, even the vegetation, even the type of vegetation it was, had massive symbolism for the story. So that's why the probably just easier to break out Gwenny here. So again, the red here. So this again is this is Guinevere, where shall we say Camelot maybe is in a little bit of jeopardy at this point, whereas the Guinevere that we'll be painting on the stream tomorrow is going to be essentially Guinevere kind of at the height of Camelot. So not going to see the red in the garments. They're just going to be straight up blue and gold. So whether you had an oak tree or a birch tree, even the season, if it was spring foliage, that meant one thing. So in the original painting that I did of Nimue, it was birch trees, but it was all very much very light-colored spring foliage. And that was sort of again the idea that Camelot was just kind of forming at that time. You had a young Merlin and or young Arthur and an old Merlin. Now, of course, the Nimue in the painting was essentially a water elemental, whereas here in the Cyber universe here, again, Nimue basically regulates data flow. So again, kind of changing a little bit, what the characters are to fit them into the Cyberverse there. Yeah, we are working on a board game. So one of the things that I'm showing folks how to do in the tutorial vid is to essentially make printable dice where the dice frame is designed to kind of carry the load of all of the supports and such, and then the dice face is changeable, and effectively we're using our the same kind of technology we use to make the flats, just to make the dice face, and that's going to be again attached. These two bits are going to be attached together in Blender. Whoops, big old chunk of paint on there. And again, we'll go over this with our with the manganese blue. But you can see how this is actually it's working kind of nice with the water right there. Man, not so bad. Let me work this in here now. Yep, like so. Like this. Yep, and more of our light on here. I'm trying to kind of follow some of these circuitry patterns here. Another little kind of vertical batch of lines there. Back to the horizontal. We'll just here we'll break out our Lady of Shalott there. So that's what we're fixing to do here. You can see we're going to be changing these areas quite a bit here. There is some thinner in this. I want to say it's 50-50 at most thinner to paint ratio. It could be maybe 60-40 thinner to paint. I think it's really more 50-50. Have we circumnavigated? Almost have circumnavigated this. So yeah, this it is officially dropped down below 40 degrees out there, and again we're talking about Cyberthuria units and not Celsius. I've seen snow on the ground at this point in April before, so I don't believe that's going to happen, but I think the official last kind of day of frost generally in this area is May 19th. And I've certainly seen frost on the I've seen frost on the ground in June. So it can happen. Now, dry brush does not happen if there's a bunch of thinner in the brush. So This is, as we like to say, a dry brush. As in, there's no thinner on there. It's just straight up manganese blue. And as you can see, even now, that stuff will still, it's going to stick there because we have ourselves a substantial difference in the consistency of the paint. You don't have that difference, you're kind of out of luck then. You will not have great success. The temptation, of course, is to chuck that some thinner in there, especially for folks that get used to working with the acrylics where you're constantly throwing water in there. With the oil paints, remember, you can very successfully wet blend with a dry brush because you are still blending wet into wet. Ah, there we go. You can really see it there. Whoops, we forgot this. There we go. So yeah, let's do a little bit more up here. Over to this side now. Some in here. Tone you down a little. Did we do all four? No, we did not. I was like, I think there's one. It still needs some of that darker, dry brushy type stuff. And we're just trying to set everything up here. I think we got things set up now. Alright, let's do the darker stuff around this side. We'll take our Prussian blue and do that. Can you see that? I have to kind of shift everything around here. Also going to get some of that dark right there. Now we're talking. Some of that dark up in here. Maybe a little bit right there as well. Yeah, a little mix of the, well, essentially indigo and the Prussian blue. I better thin that down a little. Now we got it. There we are. Also there. There. I think we got one more. Yep, one more of these shapes. So also got to get that across the top. And then we'll come back with our latest stuff in all these areas too. And you hit this one more time. And some of that, a little bit of the Mars black, a little bit of the Prussian blue. And just maybe we got the second, we got the third, and the fourth. Okay, so all good there. All good. So let me get this out of here. Boy, oh boy, this is one of our earlier dry brush things. That paint is starting to really set in there. So I'm gonna clean this baby out here. That's really in there. Yeah, wow, that was really in there. Oh my goodness. Okay, there you go. Now let's try some of our lighter stuff here. Let us get all the dark out of that brush. Good. Some of the manganese blue. We got our white here. Now let's have at it. Starting to do some of the later stuff. Also, kind of sharpen up some edges too. We gotta start breaking this down though. It's been sitting on the palette a little while. Can you see what we're doing? Looks like it now. Around the edge of that. And then kind of give it that semi-pulsating circuit. You see how it'll be darker over there, and then it's kind of light here as it gets closer to this diamond shape. Then, see, let it get darker there. It's not the same lightness everywhere on all these. It starts out lighter there, and it kind of goes into it gets darker as it moves away from that pulsating light. Nice there. A little extra, come on, light there, and that might have gone a little wonky, so I will take you. Also some of our dark here. Just going to trim some of that away. Yeah, I was way too thick there. Just had to get rid of some of it. I mean, that took a few seconds, right, and that's it. All better. Now we're ready to continue. More of our light here. Like that. Yeah, I'm going to go this way with... No, I'm going to go this way. Take the light there. Let it fade to something that is darker. Something lighter here. On our little diamond shape. Make that a nice secure edge there. Nice. Okay, what's happening with this here? Then we have to get all this stuff in this row. We're just kind of doing this stuff down on the bottom first. And we go with this again, and now we'll take some of it here. Sweep that across, and then leave that be. And again, all that stuff's going to happen next. We're going to do all this stuff first here. I think this is the last of the diamond shapes that we have to do. Pretty sure. Cross there. Okay, good enough. get back to my reference over here. Little lighter there. Continue it over. And yeah, so we're all good on these. Now we can start moving up to here. Like that. Yeah, Camden doesn't. It's that kind of balance between. We have to have some of that darker stuff there, right, for these lighter things to have an impact, and we can still go one step lighter than that. This is a light blue. It's not quite white. We still haven't actually gotten fast matte white out on the palette yet. And gee whiz, we're just about at hour 4. We still don't even have fast matte white out there yet. We'll get to it. I'm just trying to do this first. So it's have fun at the gems show there. You'd have a lot, and well, I know there's gonna be a lot of temptation there, right, Cam? You're gonna see all kinds of really fun possibilities, materials for projects there, Erid. But here's hoping that you have yourself an absolute blast and you find all the nifty stuff. All the nifty stuff that you're hoping to run across. So again, for some more fabulous streams there. Ooh, we never really did get this. Okay, better. Much better there. So it's have fun there, Erid. Have some fun. Let me pull this across here. Let me do this right here. Okay. Let me work in some of this here. I might I might go a little later also. Yeah, I might do that in the water now, especially now that I'm seeing this. I was kind of waiting with adding the latest stuff to the water until I saw what was going to be happening with this stuff here. And I think I can go a little bit later, just in some places. That's it. Not a bunch, just a little bit. Let's throw something here. Okay, good to go. And we still have a little ways to go here before we've circumnavigated this. Then we'll transfer a little bit of the lighter stuff and the water there, and then maybe we'll break out the fast matte white for final highlight type of stuff. Let's lighten you up some more there, okay. You know what, I might also chuck a little bit of this light up in here. Ah. There you go. You can see again some of those lines. Working in our patterns of circuitry. Okay, now to the water stuff. Maybe one little step back here as far as how light that's gonna be. That's pretty light. Oh, I also need to get some edge light on there too. So we'll do this little bit here again. A little touch of this here and there. Now here, I think we can go a little heavier with maybe even. Well, there we are. Because there's gonna be some genuine ripples in the water here. Because there's gonna be almost like a little mini waterfall right there. I kind of liked how that looked on the other one, so we'll do that on this one too. So you can really see it there now. Whoops, that was a bit more than I wanted right there. Can take some of that away, let that go over the edge here. So I think you can kind of see that the whole idea is again the data flow. That is what the Lady of the Lake controls. All right, we've done that. I'm gonna switch back now to maybe something like this. We'll take our violet and maybe mix it with this more dry brush here. We've essentially created a micro filbert style brush there. And we're just going to drag this here along the edge of these. Nothing terribly complex there. Nice to see you there, Uber Yeti. Happy Saturday there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, want to share some stuff in the chat like usual? Please go ahead. Yeah, Uber Yeti trying to replace our Lady of the Lake there from Adepticon, and I've got for the Saturday stream we'll be painting actually a new version of Guinevere. So essentially Guinevere at the height of Camelot. That's what you'll be seeing hopefully on the Saturday stream. And again, you want to share some stuff in the chat there. Some fabulous oil painted stuff. That was, I think I saw your latest Instagram post there, Uber Yeti. So yeah, this is one of the first ones to sell at Adepticon. Was our Nimue Bust right here. That went quickly. All right, now we did that. Let's get our fast matte white out here. Come on. There it is. So we're gonna get some of this out here. So I'll be painting the figure version of that in a multi-part tutorial series on the Patreon page. That is all printed out and ready to go. Alright, will take me some of this maybe over here, I guess. No, that might be a safer location for it right there. Gonna just start breaking that down. We'll start hitting some of this maybe on the veil here. So yep, we're 4 hours in, Uber Yeti. Yep, well, 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 53 seconds. Ooh, but that does make a big difference, though. Here we are. Well, of course, Uber Yeti, I think. Actually, Uber Yeti, that very large print of CAD worked out pretty well. Again, I printed them out in FDM. Yes, it's like dog seconds there, Camda. Yes, The seconds actually represent years of actual, like, time for humans. Yep, it's a different species, different time frame, right? Let me do this right here. Oh, that's already making a difference on the water lilies here too. That extra hit of the fast matte white can really see that. It's also making a difference here along the veil. We'll try to maybe get some even super duper highlights on the hair. Got highlights on the arm more to do. Now, Cam, actually, we're going to be doing any streaming this weekend. And of course, Cam, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat there too. Sorry if I haven't mentioned that in a while. And I don't know, Armored Wolf, if you wanted to share the link to the Armored Wolf, again, a fabulous leatherwork, all things dice bags. Man, let me throw some of this up in here. That got a little bit verschmizzled right there. Well, here's hoping you get to do that, Camda. I know that sometimes life things kind of get in the way, they intercede. No, I'm going to try and back off here. I wonder if this is... No wonder. I think we got to grab this one here. Yep, that's the one. Now I can see my nice little final highlight along the veil there. Drop this in here and then on the hair. That didn't quite go where that was supposed to. No problemo. We'll just take some of this. Rework that a little. Ooh, that helped. That's that little bit right there. Now that was not helpful. So we're going to backtrack and get rid of that. Yeah, wow, that was a super tragedy right there. Took all of like 1.5 seconds to recover from. However, shall we continue? But we will. We'll forge ahead somehow. Sorry about that, Uber Yeti. And again, you want to share the YouTube stuff there too, Uber Yeti? Please go ahead. Come on, here we go. Alright, get that carried down there. So yes, we'll see if we can do, again, the alternate version of Guinevere. Actually, it's gonna involve some object source lighting because she has a spell effect. That's gonna be nifty to paint there. So again, kind of representing Guinevere kind of at the height of that character arc. Sort of at the height of her power. Working on some more of that right here. Yep, there we go. A little extra light right on the edge of that. Now let's hit these again with our fast matte oid here. So we're a bit on the later side here with the application of our fast matte oid. Again, normally that's something we're doing around hour 3. It's fine. We'll hit a little more light over there too. Okay. I think no, I did not put that extra bit of light on this. We sort of did some of that over there, but not right here. Well, Mutu, I'm glad that you've been able to join here and watch some stuffs. Hopefully some fun things that you'll be able to utilize. Hit a little bit light down there too. Yeah, okay. Lighten you. That was too much. That's so fine, because we got this right here. Just take that away. And then also some more of that. Just get that all kind of, there we go. That all kind of, again, getting a little bit for schmizzled there. No, back to our later stuff there. Almost went into the really dark stuff. So again, we'll be painting the figure version of this and a series of tutorial vids on the Patreon page. It's going to be at least 2 episodes. I would think 3. Yeah, Muto, I've got both of the Anycubic Mono X's blasting away downstairs right now. Both of those hammering away at another shot at the Cyber Galahad, and then another pass at the Lancelot, trying that new resin. It's it's a second new resin, so it's a different version of the Elegoo stuff. Man, until this week, or the last couple of weeks, the last time I used Elegoo resin was 2020. Yeah, that was the last time I can remember using an Elegoo resin. It had always been the Soraya Simple. I still have a ton of that, so I'll still be using that. I did not get myself a bamboo print going before the stream. I was trying to, but that was just not meant to be. I needed to, but there was no way to get that done and get the stream ready to go. I will say that I think, well, especially I'm really liking the clear ones there. Those tend to work out pretty well. Now we're working with the basically like the bluish gray version of that. We'll see how that works. I have no idea how that's gonna turn out. I might have some way to see it. Uh, Maybe in a few hours I'll be able to get a decent look at it. It seems like it's actually printing out. But sometimes you can't really and truly tell what's happening until you start pulling it off of that build plate. You know what? I want to get me some more of the green on that. Just these guys right here. First I'll do that, and now we'll get some of that yellow in there. Oh yeah, that's better. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. Those are reeds up there. Gotta get that greenish stuff out of there now and go back to the again back to the fast matte white here. Hitting this part here of the veil. Let me see if I can do the dress as well here. Oh, there's quite a bit of paint piled up on that. Nope, gotta get rid of this. There's way too much paint piled on that brush there. Okay, I think we managed to do it. Yeah. On this side now. Make that lighter. Make that lighter. Maybe even those a little bit, and then up here. Edges of those. Edge of this. I'm going to try to restore this again. Here, let me just grab some of this. Yeah, okay. I think that might have helped restore that a little. Get all that stuff out of there. Back to the fast matte white. Let me lighten the edge of that. Now I'm gonna start getting back down here too before we forget. And that's where this stuff is also gonna get even lighter. Bam! Look at that. So get even lighter there now. Yep, even lighter. Kind of echoing some of that again in the circuitry and patterns all along this edge up here. We do that. It kind of starts to enhance that glow a little bit more. we go. More of this. Up in there. Alright. Did I get... I think we did a little in here. Alright, yeah, like that. Yep, see, yeah, I stuck my paw in that right there. Yep, I can see we predicted it, that somehow my big old oven mitt was gonna get stuck right into that stuff right on the edge there. For funsies, I was thinking we would catch a couple little edges of our stone here. Not too much. Alright, like that. And only kind of, again, these ones that are really obvious edges here, they're facing up, that would catch the most light. Maybe these guys here. That's the better. We're gonna get that later. And oh yeah, these. Like that. I might actually take also my darker side and kind of, we'll do maybe a little bit of dry brush over the top of that stuff as well. Hitting it there, some that way, and now back up in here. Bingo here. Nice. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. So no, wait a minute. We got this little bit of light to do here. And now then the light blue that goes on the bottom here. Let me try some of this. Nope, too light perhaps. Get me some more of the manganese blue. Yeah, that there we go. That's it. That's what we wanted. Let me try to get some more of this in here. See, it is now officially in the 30s here. Crazy thing is, just in the same area. I mean, I had the fan on in here because, well, it was about 80 in this room, and now it is 72. Doesn't take much. All right, let me get this brush over here out of harm's way. And I'm gonna take this. Take some again, the Mars black. Some of the indigo. Will combo those up here, and we'll do a little bit of dry brush over the top. And see, that kind of takes away some of the excess there. Look at that. See how that kind of drives it back into the line there. We'll do that here. Look at that. See how it just kind of cleans everything up right there. We're going to do the same here. Look at that. Same thing. It just kind of gets rid of that excess flow there. Doing the same deal here. Like so over here. Yeah, this one really needs it. I'm gonna try to come at it from this away to there we go. Thanks, Mutu. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I've got the flat version of this printed out too. So we got cleaned out on all of our Nimue stuff. The figure, the flat, and the bust. Those all sewed. So we have to kind of replace those. And then we will be getting. We have a whole ton of the Celtic goddesses. I mean, we got to do the non-cyber version of Bridget. We have to do all the versions of Morrigan. We have to do all the versions of Arachne. We'll get the Arachne bust. Is that over here? Yes, it is. Never had a chance to paint this yet. Really looking forward to that. Ooh, that's going to be super fun. Not yet. Mutu, I'm going to try to get, again, I'm going to try to get that clear blue, see what that's going to be like. I also have to print out that Danyu in resin. So this figure here, we're going to try and get this one printed out. Let me hit this now. Can't put some of that darker stuff there. A little bit of it here. I'm gonna, here we go. I wanted to do a little smidge of darker dry brush and then this too. I wanted that to be darker because again our little mini waterfall is going to come down right over there. Right on top of that. Gonna get all this stuff out of here. There's a couple little thingies on the sword blade that I want to try. Let me try some. Let's break out the Prussians here. Right along this top edge here. That was too much. Oh well. We tried. Didn't work. Let's go right the other way. I mean, I had to do some of that down here anyway. So not exactly a gigantic loss. Got my lighter stuff right in there. Take that. You know what? Let me do this. Yeah, I got that gray here. I wonder, is this enough to separate, or is that too? I want to go one step further. Come on. Talk about. Oh, no, that was too dark. that might just do it. All right, it's the one petal there, not getting a whole lot of separation out of it. And again, that's sort of almost like a Payne's gray type color, which is essentially kind of a warm violet gray. That's basically what that is. It's usually made from usually 3 different colors. And generally violet is one of those colors that gets mixed into it. Alright, I'm going to take this out here. God, that way we will mix that with some of our skin tone here. Try to expand a little bit the light on the chin here. And then some of the reflected light down here for sure. Now, it's a little bit of brushstroke maintenance happening there. So again, back to our the bit of our skin tone. Very much lighter skin tone at that. Get that in here, and I'm gonna try a little later here with the blue, since I got this really light stuff here. Maybe I hope that's not too light. I'd like that to go right over here. I don't think so. No, nope. Okay, good. Not too late. Maybe catching a little bit of more reflected light on the underside of this here. Almost there we are. Look at that going. Work that in here. I'm gonna try to get me a little bit of no. Here, let me redo the paint on the brush. Looking to get me a little bit of reflected light in here. Also some panel lineage, like you do. Now this also needs a little reflected light in this. One more time up here. Actually, I gotta ditch that one. This is the one that I want. Gotta get rid of you. I'm gonna try and utilize a little bit of that Payne's gray here. That's not Payne's gray. Just the color that I mixed. Get that a little darker before it reaches this, and then there we go. That was, yeah, that also wasn't quite right. We had to make a little adjustment there too. Gonna darken that edge down. this Jim's. I don't know. Maybe we'll try. Okay, we still have some of the manganese blue here. Let me see what we can do. I'm gonna break that down, and we're just gonna hit that again. See, this side sort of kind of worked out over here. The other side, well, not so much. So we'll try that again, maybe, but now that we got this really light stuff here. That is really, really thick right there, just to make sure that that actually will stick. I think that is perhaps what we needed to do there. Also there. Okay. Now I'm definitely feeling the sword thing there. Back. Yeah, look got a little bit of blue in there still, but this is our fast mat weight. Going to try and also again to get some of the latest light here. Something as a blending brush. How are we doing with this? Yeah, that'll work. Because that was way too rough right there. Oh my gosh, way too rough. We never did get the lightest stuff here right on this edge one more time. Boom, right there. Yep. Let me hit this now. Also there. Get the top of that. In here. Yeah, let me try this again without sticking my hand in that. Think we managed to do it. Some extra light up here again. Now here we have an awful lot of it. We don't have the reflected light just yet. I think now we got some. So Mutu, we're gonna have to include that chapter that Landrast kind of suggested. That it's gonna be a really good addition again to our Book of Wapol. Now, when we first started out, guess what? Things were super messy. They were very messy. Now, of course, we have seen the contrast is more than just light versus dark. That's what's creating all of them. We'll do a little film noir after this to show that with the cloth and how that works. And of course, we've got metal stuff here. And guess what? Metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings, kind of like a mirror. Think of them like a mirror that you wear. And of course, with the oils, if we got fast mat weight and we thin that down like 97%, guess what? We still have fast mat weight. That is not like acrylics. And of course, why do we do so much dry brushy stuff? Because we want to adhere to less is more, because more is always way too much. And we're not going to layer those oils. Well, they're just going to layer themselves, right? Because they're going to drop some really light colors in there. And then take again another, look at this. Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. We have a nice light grip on that brush. That's going to enable us to do all that blending that we like to do. Again, a lot of the blending that we did here wasn't layers or anything like that. In some cases, it was dramatically lighter or darker or different colors. that were put down, and then again, one of our blending brushes, just a little craft brush or whatever, we grab that and we use that to do some blending. I'm gonna see here. Let me where's my? Whoops! Wow, that's had a chances. That is said nobody about regular oil paint red ever. Well, that's all set. Yeah, that would not be the case with regular oil paints by no stretch of the imagination. Man, I'm just trying to get me there we go, a little bit of that pinkish red in some of the knuckles areas there. Yeah, Mutu, I'm hoping that, well, maybe I can, given all the things that I've learned, maybe we can kind of have an animated volume of that. I'm gonna actually throw, there we go, a little bit of the magenta in there also. Maybe some of that up here. Again, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. We got a real light grip on that brush. And by real light grip, I mean barely touching it. How's that? It's the wonder of the oxides, right, Camda? That's why Oxide University. It's an up and coming school, right, Camda? Well, a Ferris U has been around for forever, right? But yes, the Oxide the upstart Oxide University, trying to take over the APCC. Again, that is the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. You want to change teams at, well, in the middle of a play, you can, as long as you got yourself a uniform. Coaches are restricted to switching teams at halftime. We call those halftime adjustments. So Mutu, it's the list is very short. We use these, the Princeton short liner brushes, and then everything else is just whatever craft brushes I can find on Amazon. So brushes are very simple. And of course, the mediums and spirits, there is only one, and there can be only one. That is the fabulous Mona Lisa. So again, the list is pretty darn short. That's, oh, you know what? Oh, okay, I did it on this side. I didn't do it over here. All right, let's get some lighter stuff over there, Mutu. Let's do it. Look at where my hand is on it. It's not even on the screen yet. We have all the precision that we want, even though our finger is nowhere near that fair. Look at you can see how far away my hand is from it there. Can't get much further away than that. You know what? I would like to. Let me see if I can do it here. I don't think that was too light there. Nope. That will be too late. I'm gonna back away from that. Let me try this here. Now that is a little bit. I actually got to go back here. Let me get some of this darker magenta. So the Princeton Velvet Touch series, they should be generally about, but somewhere between $4.50 to $5.50. Usually more 5 to 5.5. Again, that's the 18-0 short liner brush. The short liner does not refer to the bristles; it refers to the handle. I found out the hard way. when I got a not short liner brush, and the handle was so long when I chopped it into pieces I was able to exist off of firewood for 3 years. So don't get the short liner brush. Camden, there have been 2 or 3 folks that said, "Oh, we should do a book or something like that," and never seems to be any interest. I know there's the folks that do whatever, they do all the books on the whatever folks there. Let's put it this way, Candace. Nobody's ever really asked me, like, "Hey, we should do a book project." I'd be like, "Okay, fine." That's why I'm just gonna have to do my own. Camda, we'll just do it ourselves. Maybe some kind of e-publishing or something like that. Since I think the likelihood of anybody ever asking us is, well, zero. We gotta do everything ourselves, Camda. That's the best way to do it. Just do it ourselves. You know what? I still got me some ombre over here. I'll take that umber, and I'm going to try and get me a little separation right there. And a little. So that's going to be jinky. Get that in there. I think we did it. I think we managed it. Try this again. Also that. There we go. And now I'm going to put a little more of this. Again, this burnt umber in there. Ooh, yeah, that needs a little separation right there. Man, again, I've been working really hard on all the supports for these things. So I think we've got the supports pretty much figured out. Uh, yeah, that Galahad one, the figure version, that's printing right now. That's like the 4th attempt. I'm hoping that this resin also works a little bit better. I will be reworking the figure itself anyway. That's one of the figures that's a part of that Blender tutorial that I've been talking about. We're doing a couple of different things. We're thickening up the cloth on it, and we're also adjusting those wings, making those a bit thicker as well. Now, let me see. No, I don't want to make the corner of the mouth any darker. That would be too much, I think. Let's just not do that. Gonna pull that eyebrow that way a little bit too. I'll see you later there, Camda. See you later. Actually, I think, well, gee whiz, it's getting to be almost 5. Oh, yeah, it's 4:30 here. We've been doing this almost 5 hours. Think that's where we can thank, of course, Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. We appreciate that. Of course, we appreciate all the bits and the subs, the followers, the cheers. We had a bunch of raids. We appreciate the raids too. And again, for the Saturday stream, coming up later today, I believe we're going to be hitting again, an alternate version of Guinevere when you have not seen yet. So see you later there, Camda. And again, thanks to everybody that hung out on the stream here with me. So that is much appreciated, of course. Yeah, it's really nifty to see again all the Cyberthuria stuff start to really take shape, take form. And all of it based on paintings that I did years ago. We actually have a whole new series of stuff that I'm working on, which will be based on paintings, well, that I'm doing now. So again, we got our fabulous plinth on a plinth stuff. We're gonna have water effects there, water effects there. Yeah, that worked out pretty darn well. I kind of again I like this little bit down here. So again, I appreciate all the folks for hanging out here. We're gonna get our raid countdown underway. I think we'll head on over to Spoon Handle. So thanks again, everybody, and again I'll see you well basically later today on our next stream.